Chapter 630. Song Yujing was a middle to upper ranked hunter. Although he was only 25 years old, he had been lying dormant in the big net woven by Li Mibi for 12 years. He had never made a mistake, so he was able to keep an eye on Su Beiji, who was at the top of Zhu Yi's list. Bei Meng's territory was vast, but there were only a few hundred hunters and butterfly hunters. If everyone had to keep an eye on him one by one, it would be difficult to make ends meet. It was enough to see how important Su Beiji was to Shadow Prime Minister Li Mibi. Song Yujing had kept an eye on this concubine-born son of the Su family for 6 years. He was probably the person in the world who was most familiar with Su Beiji's habits. After Su Beiji reached the age of 20, he often went out for sightseeing. This time, Song Yujing did not feel anything unusual when he went out with his attendant Wang Mengxi. However, when the shocking news came from Ruoshui Hut, which was codenamed 6, Song Yujing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The king of the northern courtyard, Su Huainan, had been beheaded and decapitated. The head of Bei Meng's most powerful official was still missing. His master, Li Mibi, who had been an official with Su Huainan for many years, had personally rushed to the source of Ruoshui and was staying in the hut. Song Yujing, as the core person who controlled the secrets of the Bei Meng dynasty, knew very well that Li Mibi had a good relationship with the king of the northern courtyard, who was a friend of a gentleman. Therefore, in name, he seemed to be closely monitoring the hut, but he only sent out Zhu Yi's top assassin, Yujing, rather than other people who were good at finding clues. Yujing was good at killing people, and naturally was also good at killing people of the same trade. In reality, he was there to protect Su Huainan from being hit when he was down by the imperial clan. His cavalry force was also under the command of Su Huainan's former subordinates. It could be said that Su Huainan's life was quite comfortable after his retirement. With Li Mibi personally watching over him, there was no one else in the palace who could take Su Huainan's life. Song Yujing had always thought that the only person in the world who could take Su Huainan's life was the Empress, but Zhu Yi had always been the knife in her sleeve to eliminate dissidents. If it wasn't Zhu Yi, then who could it be? Song Yujing couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains, and he didn't dare to think too deeply about it. Along with the enormous secret, there were also several men and women who were not inferior to him in their evaluations. There were 3 men and 2 women. Song Yujing was temporarily granted a talisman to mobilize all of the spiderweb forces in the Aquarius and Golden Toad prefectures. In addition, he also had the military authority of 1,200 cavalry. Song Yujing did not have the excitement of holding great power in his hands. He only trembled with fear. Su Huainan's death would affect the whole situation. The collapse of this Bei Meng's mainstay was destined to stir up the imperial court. In the past, the Su family had always been supported by Su Huainan. Most of the descendants were not presentable. Only Su Beiji, who had not revealed himself to this day, was the key figure who had the hope of supporting the family. Whether to capture or invite, the master had not clearly stated in the letter. Song Yujing himself had to grasp the severity of his strength. However, Song Yujing soon felt that this mission was tricky. Other than the page, boy Wang Mengxi, Su Beiji, and that scholar with an unfamiliar face had unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. Song Yujing immediately cast a large net to catch the fish. Most of the men were sent to the southern part of Golden Toad Prefecture to search for or intercept them. If the page boy had not continued south instead of turning north, Song Yujing would have been able to save himself a lot of trouble and worry. He only left one person to catch the butterfly girl to follow the page boy. The page boy, who had become a chess piece, went from Aquarius Prefecture to the frontier fortress of Golden Toad Prefecture. He then walked horizontally for several hundred li. In the end, he actually went north. After a short pause, he continued south. After walking for a full 10 days, he brought out an inexplicably large circle. During this period, Song Yujing followed the page boy's strange movements and did not dare to lower his guard. He repeatedly established and overturned his own conjectures and changed his orders several times. Not only him, but almost all of the men were exhausted. Occasionally, they met each other, but there was no complaint on their faces. Song Yujing also knew that these fellows who ate people without spitting out the bones would inevitably have countless unspoken criticisms. Among them, there was no lack of people who proposed to kill the page boy directly. Song Yujing ridiculed them in his heart and did not accept the proposal. Before the truth surfaced, Song Yujing did not wish to be on bad terms with Su Beiji. A centipede dies, but never falls down. Even if the big tree that was the Su family fell, it would not be something that could happen in 1 or 2 years. Especially after Su Huainan's sudden death, Her Majesty, whose relationship with Su Huainan was shrouded in mystery, would not have a bone in her throat. Perhaps she would even reward and comfort the group of vermin in the Su family. Song Yujing would never have expected that Su Beiji had been following the page boy from a distance. The route was roughly the same, but they both maintained a day's worth of walking. Su Beiji put on the curly-bearded man's mask from Su Fengyan's hand. Su Fengyan also changed his mask. He no longer carried the book box on his back. Instead, he changed his traveling bag and let Su Beiji, who looked like a servant, carry on his back. The two of them were eating in a small tavern in the Golden Toad Prefecture that day. When Su Beiji first heard that Su Beiji wanted to use the page boy as bait, although he did not refuse, he already looked down on him. However, along the way, Su Beiji saw him communicating with a red-robed demon using strange hand gestures several times in the wilderness. Only then did Su Beiji thoroughly reevaluate this future king of Bailiang, who dared to go alone to Beimang. Chapter 631. The two of them sat by the window of the tavern, seemingly leisurely chatting about military secrets. Su Beiji had recently become addicted to drinking. Whenever he had the chance, he would drink a few cups. As for alcohol, whether it was good or bad, he did not abstain from it. However, every time Su Fengyan saw him drink, he looked like he was squatting in a latrine pit, unable to poop. Just looking at him made him uncomfortable. Su Beiji drank until he felt his stomach burning. He could not help but snort. Only then did he slowly say, "Guess how much money did the thatch cottage spend to find out that you killed the devil Xieling?" Su Fengyan laughed. "At least 100 taels of gold." Su Beiji shook his head. Not a single copper coin was spent. The news was spread by a Yelu disciple in the capital at the brothel. It was quickly brought to the thatched cottage. Su Beiji asked again, "Guess how much money did the thatched cottage spend to confirm that you had stayed in Dunhuang for a period of time?" Su Fengyan thought for a moment. "I'll guess a few hundred taels of gold." Su Beiji laughed. "Too little. About 900 taels of gold." Su Fengyan clicked his tongue. They are really willing to spend a lot of money. Su Beiji was obviously not used to drinking, but he was bold when he drank. He drank it all in one gulp and gently tapped the cup on the greasy table. He looked out the window. Because of the skin on his face, he looked like a rough man, but his eyes were as gentle as a woman's. Fortunately, only Su Fengyan was facing him. This scholar, who did not know when he would be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, sighed with emotion. Wanting to find a spy who is proficient in disguise is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Grandfather and I burned the midnight oil several times to calculate your route. During those days, the old man was full of energy. This kind of hide-and-seek game was like the southern glutinous rice dumplings he ate when he was young. It was quite chewy. You may not know this, but Li Mixi wasn't the only one who created the Zhuyan that was modeled after Liang Xiaogo. Grandfather once helped to create the framework. Half of the credit went to Li Mixi for being able to become the Empress's most trusted minister, be known as the Shadow Prime Minister, and be the 9th Commandant of Festivals. Both of them are rare scholars in the Central Plains. When he said this, Su Beiji paused for a moment and looked at Su Fengyan. When it comes to raising soldiers, Empress Murong is undoubtedly the best in the world. Zhao Clan's son isn't bad either. He's the king of Bailiang. Su Fengyan cut him off with a laugh. Him? What's more, during the Spring and Autumn War, it was a contest between the military cavalry and the literati. After toppling the noble families and rich clans, the scholars had no home to return to, no tree to rely on. Naturally, they would bear a grudge against Su Shao, so there's no need to mention serving this butcher. Su Beiji shook his head and said, "There are two kinds of raising soldiers, raising noble scholars and raising poor scholars. You have to know that the term scholar originally only applied to nomadic scholars. For example, those school of vertical and horizontal scholars who left their names in the annals of history because of their unhindered maneuvering were the school of thought's lobbyists. Later on, the scholars gathered and formed powerful clans, and only then did they begin to live like princes. Now that the edifice has collapsed, most of them have to work for the rice and millet. What's more, the rise of the poor scholar class in the imperial court is irresistible. There are many things that the king of Bailion can't do, but you can. The scholars of the world were originally your tide-listening pavilion's millions of koi fish. Now it's just like how the tide-listening pavilion is connected to the rivers, raising koi fish mixed with wild carps. If you can pick a small number of them, you can succeed. Since ancient times, strategists have sought the protection of a wise ruler, nothing more than wanting to ride the dragon's momentum and soar to the top. Su Fingyan laughed and said, "If you tell Su Xiao this kind of great principle, he'll doze off in front of you." Su Beiji dismissed it with a laugh. In Ruoshui Hut, a skinny old man dressed in luxurious Sichuan brocade rushed over from the capital's strategic location overnight. He had been sitting by the water's edge the whole time. Next to him was the beheaded Su Huainan. The old man personally checked the wound and the surroundings of the hut. He waved his hand and had his subordinates leave, leaving only a young maidservant carrying a lantern without a wick. It seemed that he didn't want anyone else to disturb him and his deceased friend. In the night, the old man stretched out his withered bamboo-like arm and stroked his frosty white sideburns with his fingers. He muttered to himself, "When we were young, we came to the chaotic Beimang together. You said that you wanted to become a famous minister who could wear sword shoes and enter the imperial court unimpeded. You even laughed at me for being narrow-minded, saying that I wasn't someone who could accomplish great things and that all I had to do was play tricks behind your back. Look, what's the situation now? I can still travel at night in brocade clothes. Even when the 8 prefects and the 12 great generals see me, they only dare to curse me behind my back and say that I'll die a horrible death without descendants. You, on the other hand, don't even have a single descendant who has the guts to attend your funeral. You thought highly of Su Beiji and taught him everything you learned. Because of our friendship, I've been hesitant to kill him. Old man Su, why don't you send me a dream? I'll let him go then. I thought that I would risk half my life to make sure that you die after her. You, how could you just leave like that? You even left so sullenly. What do you want? Repay a debt? Return it to whom? A dead person is like a lamp that goes out. I won't get to the bottom of it, so that you won't scold me down there. In this way, I'll be relieved. Don't worry. Let's not talk about Su Beiji. When the time comes, the Su family has more than 200 lives. I'll leave 1 or 2 for you." The old man, who was muttering to himself, sighed. After a long silence, he raised his arm. The blind, deaf, and mute maidservant carrying the lantern immediately bent down and placed the lightless lantern in front of the powerful old man. She then handed over a pair of delicate scissors. There were dozens of butterflies in the cage. The old man took one out. His hands trembled like an old woman doing embroidery under a lamp. He cut the butterfly in half from the middle. After you die, the prefect of peace will be the biggest butterfly in the cage. Chapter 632. Normally, Su Beiji would not be able to utter a fart after being beaten with a stick. Only after he drank, especially when he was drunk, would he be unable to control his tongue. He could say anything, and he would dare to say anything. Probably because he had too much knowledge in his stomach. Every time he would not be able to speak to his heart's content or to his heart's content, he would have already fallen asleep. The Ruren mountain range ran through the east and west of the Golden Toad Prefecture. The southern foothills faced each other. The irrigation canals crisscrossed. After autumn, one's field of vision would be filled with green and yellow colors, almost no different from the southern farming region of the Liang dynasty. To the north of the Ruren Prefecture was a vast grassland. The Ruren mountain range was precipitous, forming a natural barrier. Other than those pathways formed by gaps and canyons, there was no way to travel from north to south. Beimang had set up 5 towns in the Ruan prefecture. They built barriers along the canyons and set up guards. The 5 towns were respectively Laohuai, Roxian, Jilu, and Gaoke Wuchuan. At this moment, Su Fengyin and Su Beiji were walking on the white path of the Centipede Valley, which was under the jurisdiction of the Roxian army camp. The Roxian path was divided into 2 main and auxiliary paths. The main path was at the bottom of the valley, wide and convenient for war horses to gallop. The auxiliary path was built through the mountain, dark and damp. The reputation of the military town of Rochuan was overshadowed by a mountain peak, and the merchants of Centipede Path were sparse. Other than the fact that the auxiliary path was difficult to traverse like a centipede, the main reason was because they were afraid of the local tyrant, Raccoon Diwu. This man with a very strange name was the mountain master of Mount Bubang. In private, he was also known as the co-ruler of the Ruan Mountains. This was because other than the military town of Rochuan that was under his direct control, the commanding generals of the 2 towns of Laohuai and Wuchuan were also from Mount Bubang. As one of the top sects of the Beimang dynasty, Mount Bubang was undoubtedly the most closely associated with the imperial court. Everyone there was a soldier. When Raccoon Diwu's daughter was married to Dong Zhuo, who was the most likely candidate to become the 13th great general of the Southern Dynasty, Mount Bubang was pushed to the forefront of the storm. Immediately, there were people who jumped out from the tent to question whether Raccoon Diwu had the ambition of a wolf and was unwilling to submit to the imperial court. Fortunately, the empress, as usual, trusted this martial artist of the Jianghu who had helped her when she was in trouble. During the wedding of Raccoon Diwu's daughter, she even sent someone to deliver an exceptional congratulatory gift and an imperial edict to adopt her as a foster daughter. The rank of the appointed madam was even higher than that of Dong Zhuo's official rank. Unknowingly, this caused Dong Zhuo to become the laughingstock of both the northern and southern dynasties of Beimang. They ridiculed Dong Zhuo for being a general who relied on women. Su Beiji walked on the dim and shady centipede path. Although there was a simple elm fence along the path, the stone floor was slippery with water. Su Beiji, who had only learned some body-strengthening boxing techniques, was trembling with fear as he walked. Fortunately, Su Fengyin was walking on his right side, so he felt a bit more at ease. This auxiliary path between the mountain walls was more than 10 feet wide and 15 feet high, barely enough for a donkey and a mule to slowly pass through while carrying goods. The inner wall was covered with moss, and the top of the wall was constantly dripping with water, making it extremely easy for running war horses to slip. There were many gaps in the path paved with bluestone slabs, making it easy for the horses' hooves to turn. If it wasn't for the horses' superb horsemanship and the fact that the horse was familiar with the centipede path, perhaps no one would dare to show off their horsemanship here. Su Beiji, who had a new wine gourd hanging on his waist, was afraid of heights, afraid that he would be distracted and fall down, so he didn't dare to speak. For this trip to the south, they had originally followed Su Beiji's arrangement and chose a path where there were many merchants who could easily pass off fish eyes as pearls. However, Su Fengyin, who was nicknamed Persimmon by the servant, had heard a rumor in the tavern that someone was going to pick a fight with the great Grandmaster Fifth Raccoon at Mount Bubang, so he dragged Su Beiji along to join the fun. This made Su Beiji, who was used to being cautious, feel a bit of a headache. However, this Persimmon insisted on seeing the spirit of Mount Bubang, so Su Beiji couldn't possibly leave him behind and walk on the centipede path alone. In addition, the centipede path was steep and bumpy, so along the way he had given Su Fengyin quite a bit of attitude. In the end, they were 2 young children from wealthy and powerful families. Su Beiji was far from seeing him as a wise master who was worthy of his devotion, and Su Fengyin also didn't think that he needed to put on airs in front of Su Beiji. Recruiting talents? My Shifu Li Yishan alone is equivalent to several Su Beijis. In comparison, Su Fengyin was more willing to accept that blind chess player from the 10th Bureau of Yongzi Alley, or that poor scholar who cherished books as much as his life from the Baogui Temple in Jiangnan. However, Su Fengyan didn't deny that Su Beiji was still somewhat immature compared to Su Huainan, an old ginger who had been floating in the imperial court for a long time. However, compared to himself, this dabbler, Su Beiji, was still a notch above him. The Centipede Road was as lonely as the road to the Yellow Springs. With no one around, Su Fengyan didn't make things difficult for Su Beiji, who couldn't be said to have any martial arts skills. He personally carried the luggage. Even so, Su Beiji still had to stop and rest every few li. Perhaps he was somewhat grateful to Su Fengyan for taking the initiative to stop and rest each time to save face. Su Beiji somewhat boldly walked along the railing with a wide view. He looked at the fertile land south of the Ruran Mountains and finally opened his mouth to ask, why does His Royal Highness practice martial arts? Isn't he afraid of delaying the future military affairs of Bailiang? If the descendants of the vassal kings muddle along, they will naturally not lack glory, splendor, wealth, and rank. The emperor of the Zhao family will probably be happy to see this happen. However, to maintain the special honor of being hereditary, one must always exhaust one's mind. King of Jing'an, Zhao Hong, paid with his life. Crown Prince Zhao Sun even entered the capital. Wealth and honor are found in danger. Moreover, you will be the only king with a different surname in the Liang dynasty. I think in this world, only the king of Bailiang and His Royal Highness can feel the weight of this burden. I originally thought that you would be the one who looked down on the boorish men of Jianghu the most. After all, the king of Bailiang personally destroyed most of the vitality of Liang Lake. Bailiang Palace has countless hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Why would His Royal Highness need to personally practice martial arts? With the lure of fame and fortune, with one command, there will always be countless experts working for you. When Su Beiji wasn't drinking, most of his words were spoken in such an emphatic tone, always with a hint of questioning. Chapter 633. Su Fengyan was preoccupied with his own thoughts, so he simply ignored this successor of Su Huainan, who had already lost his family and had yet to live under someone else's roof. Su Beiji, who was ignored, was not angry. He said to himself, chivalrous people use force to suppress disorder, but the two imperial courts both have unprecedented control over their own Jianghu. Beimang's Jianghu has directly become the imperial court's servants, while Liang's Jianghu also has their own watchdogs. The internal strife is fierce. I really don't understand why there is a need to personally go into this kind of Jianghu that is struggling at death's door. Su Fengyan suddenly laughed and sat down on the rotten guardrail. Su Beiji looked at him with trepidation. Su Fengyan looked at this talented person who liked to look at the situation from a strategically advantageous position. He said calmly, Su Beiji, have you seen with your own eyes 2,000 flying swords? Have you seen with your own eyes the rise of the sea with your own strength? Have you seen a wisp of sword energy destroy a city wall? Su Beiji calmly shook his head. No, I haven't. But since ancient times, everything has its vanquisher. The Sword Emperor of West, Shu, guarded the country's gate for the Son of Heaven. But wasn't he also crushed by your Su family's cavalry, until not even his bones remained? Why wouldn't the Jianghu people who have been famous for a long time be willing to fight on the battlefield? Isn't it because they are afraid of capsizing in the gutter? Moreover, the elite armies often have similar cavalry that specifically targets the top experts. I'm guessing that your Liang's Grand Secretary Zhang Jiulu has spared no effort to tilt the empire's taxes to the north. He must have let Gu Jiantang support a force that can deal with Beimang's Jianghu martial force. Don't think that the chess and sword music school of Mount Bubang is very arrogant right now. Once they're driven to the battlefield to fight, they won't be able to withstand a few large-scale battles. Su Fengyan laughed. Are you mocking me? Are you saying that I'm not doing my job properly? Su Beiji lifted his wine gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. Su Fengyan did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and sighed sincerely. Your opinion is exactly the same as my second sister's. However, as a crown prince, the only thing I can do before I reach the age of 20 is not proper work. You can't expect me to conceal my strength and bide my time, while harboring evil intentions. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Even now, I don't have any direct descendants to speak of. If you think about it carefully, it seems that there are only 200 or 300 people in the Phoenix Battalion that I have some friendship with. I would have liked someone about me, but during my second journey, during the Battle of the Reeds outside Xiangfan City, one of the Danyue swordsmen in my residence cursed me as Your Highness the Crown Prince before he died. At that time, I knew that no one in the world was stupid. Su Beiji wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth and teased. So it's because you don't dare to sit on the dragon throne, not because you don't want to. Su Fengyin helplessly said, a chicken talks with a duck. Su Beiji slowly said, currently, several major events have happened. First, our dynasty's Taiping commandery has become the imperial preceptor. The Prince of Zhao Zhaokai has surfaced for the first time with a silver vase in his hand and entered the western region. The white-robed monk entered the clouds and preached the Diamond Sutra. With the support of the Empress, Dao Dezong began to gather the country's strength to compile the Taoist canon. Zhang Julu began to transfer the elite cavalry of several vassal kings to the northern border. Among them, the king of Yanqi and the king of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, spared no effort. The king of Guangling, Zhao Yi, who shares the same father and mother as the Son of Heaven, was summoned by his elder brother to the capital and reprimanded him to his face. Li Yang began to circulate the Huhu Sutra, giving rise to the idea of slandering Buddha. It is said that in all the major provinces and counties in the world, only one temple will survive. Even the 2 Zen temples may not be spared. Su Fengyin laughed and said, I'm more curious about your Beimang swordsman's sword aura approaching that of Huang Qing. Also, Qi Xinxia took ancestor Lu's sword to the south to practice swordsmanship. As for Zhao Luding of the Wu family sword tomb, I heard that he took his sword mates to the remains of the Wu family's 9 swords, breaking 10,000 horsemen, and took away 3 of his ancestors' ancient swords. His realm increased greatly. This time it was Su Beiji's turn to say helplessly, playing the lute to a cow. Su Fengyin jumped down from the guardrail and said softly, the old monk is unexpectedly dead. Su Beiji was puzzled. The dragon tree monk who presides over the 2 Zen temples? Su Fengyin nodded and said no more. One of them was talking to a chicken and a duck. The other was playing the lute to a cow. It would be boring to continue talking, so they continued on their way. The centipede path under their feet was winding, and there were no sights or scenic spots to show, so it was just as boring. When they reached a fork in the road leading up and down the mountain, they saw Su Fengyin walking up the mountain without hesitation. Su Beiji frowned and asked, are you really going to Mount Bubang? Su Fengyin laughed and said, of course. I want to see the charm of a Beimang woman. Unexpectedly, she was defeated and almost lost an arm, yet she still dares to challenge the Mount Bubang's mountain master. If she's beautiful, she can take back the Bailiang. When the time comes, don't fight with me. Su Beiji obviously knew that the last sentence was a joke. He didn't think highly of this persimmon, but he didn't dare to look down on him either. If he acted recklessly, Su Fengyin wouldn't be able to live to this day, even if he had 10 lives. Although they had been together for more than 10 years, Su Beiji had never asked about Su Fengyin's level of martial arts. When they were halfway up the mountain, they were stopped by the Mount Bubang's checkpoint. Only then did Su Fengyin realize that travelers had to stop here. Not everyone could go up the mountain to watch the battle. Seeing the curly-bearded man beside him smiling without saying anything, Su Fengyin had no choice but to obediently descend the mountain. As Su Beiji expected, Su Fengyin wasn't so crazy as to want to break through the southern wall. There were 2 routes down the mountain. The 2 of them took a secluded path, purposely avoiding the many martial artists from Beimang who were similarly shut out. At a suitable place for viewing the scenery, there was an elegant pavilion that imitated the architectural style of Jiangnan's water villages. There were no armored guards patrolling outside the pavilion, only a few well-built servants in luxurious clothing. Their qi was profound and their divine splendor was reserved. From what Su Fengyin could see, one of them had entered the second pen. The others were also near the dragon's gate's threshold. In the pavilion, there were 2 women, one big and one small, with their backs to them. The young woman was sitting cross-legged, leaning against a pillar with her eyes closed. On her back was a weapon wrapped in a long cloth bag. The little girl was lying on a bench with her hands propped on her cheeks. Inside the pavilion, there were 2 pairs of embroidered shoes, big and small, one green and one red. The little girl was softly singing a small folk song, her voice crisp. The teacher in the private school was asking if she knew who was shouting "Gigi, Gigi, Gigi" on the tree. The little moon quietly climbed over the hill. Who was in the pond woke up the starlight. Who was at the village entrance ringing the bell? Ding dong ding dong ding dong ding dong. Su Fingyin stood where he was, unwilling to leave. Su Beiji saw that the group of unruly retainers were already paying attention to them, eyeing them covetously. He tugged on Su Fingyin's sleeve. The next moment, Su Beiji knew something was wrong, but then he only felt that it was absurd. Su Fingyin swept into the pavilion, his back facing Su Beiji and the unprepared retainers from Mount Bubang, and gently helped the green-clothed woman put on the green embroidered shoes. Chapter 634. The girl who had finished singing the ballad was lying on the bench. When she turned her head and saw the man barging into the pavilion, she was startled at first, but then her little face lit up like the light after the rain. She was incomparably happy. Su Fingyin helped the green-clothed girl put on the green-embroidered shoes, then turned his head to the little girl and raised his index finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. The child immediately covered her mouth with both hands, fearing that she would spill the beans. Then, as if she felt that this action was too abrupt, she straightened her clothes and sat up in a rather ladylike manner. Unfortunately, she discovered that she was barefooted, and the pair of peacock satin brocade shoes were still lying on the ground. She blushed slightly. The young man, who looked like a scholar, easily barged into the pavilion. First of all, the little girl in the pavilion was an important guest of Mount Bubang. She was the sweetheart of Mount Bubang's son-in-law, Fatty Dong. When he went down the mountain, he said that if the little girl was hungry, he would take a gong and drum from his father-in-law, the 5th raccoon dog's courtyard, to every house. Then there was the green-clothed woman who came up the mountain to challenge Mount Bubang. Even though she was defeated, it was honorable. The martial artists of Baimang respected martial arts deeply, and they respected all strong martial artists. Even though she was a young woman of unknown origin, they did not view her as an enemy. Everyone in Mount Bubang treated her as half a guest. Lastly, they were shocked by the strength of the unfamiliar man. These 3 factors added up, and these were all guests of Mount Bubang. The Mount Bubang's retainer feared them to the extreme. When they barged into the pavilion, a level 2 guest used 2 fingers to touch a small piece of sleeve. However, before this master could grasp it tightly, his hand was bounced away by a technique similar to that of Jianghu. His 2 fingers were still sore and tingling. The atmosphere inside and outside the pavilion was delicate. It was the little girl who broke the deadlock, calling them uncle and uncle. Then, with an unquestionable tone, she asked them to go up the mountain first. This smooth manner that did not hurt the harmony on the surface was obviously taught by her Uncle Dong. These days, Mount Bubang had gotten used to the little girl's maturity. In addition, she was spoiled to the point of being lawless by the Mount Bubang's son-in-law, who led 60,000 soldiers. After some consideration, the retainers arranged by the 5th raccoon dog quietly left, but they did not go far. They waited outside the pavilion's view, and then one of them went to report the news to Mount Bubang. Su Beiji racked his brains, but he did not expect such a calm ending. However, he did not think too deeply about it. Outside the pavilion, he looked down at the beautiful scenery. His grandfather had once said that Jiangnan's graceful environment was something that Baimang could not compare to. The women there were truly made of water, unlike the women of Baimang who were mixed with sand. After the age of 30, they would often become unbearably rough. Su Fingyin sat side by side with the girl in green. He reached out to take off the long and narrow spear pouch, revealing the true appearance of the instant spear. He asked, "Why did you come to Baimang? Did you beg Su Xiao to come here?" She pressed her cheek against the cool pillar and said softly, "I don't want to lose to Sweet Potato." Su Fingyin laughed involuntarily. Blindly competing, She was silent. Su Fingyin looked at her left arm. Don't you know how to pick on soft persimmons? You came to Mount Bubang to find trouble with the fifth raccoon dog. Aren't you looking for trouble? I heard that he gave you a lot of face and personally fought. She nodded. Su Fingyin smiled. Why don't I fight for you later? Your young master has gone through a lot of hardships, had one lucky encounter after another, and achieved great success in his martial arts. Not to mention the fifth raccoon dog. Even Tooba would dare to scold him. Before leaving Wutongyan, she could not be said to be obedient to her young master. She shook her head and said softly, I won't fight. I'll accompany young master back to Baelyang. There were only 2 first-class servant girls in the courtyard. She and Sweet Potato each had their own merits. The little girl, who had been left out in the corner, coughed a few times and secretly put on her embroidered shoes. She stared with wide eyes at the heartless man who did not have the slightest emotion of meeting after a long separation. This made her, who was originally full of joy, feel even more disappointed. She could only kindly remind him that she was still standing there. Su Fingyin could understand why Dong Zhuo had arranged for her to stay in Mount Bubang, but he did not expect to meet her halfway. It was not surprising that she recognized her at a glance. She had the talent to be able to pierce through the heart with qi. Fortunately, she did not expose herself. Otherwise, if Mount Bubang knew about her, she would be exhausted from hunting and fleeing. The taller little girl was holding a small lacquer box in her hand. It was a qi qiao that Su Fingyin had bought for her in the market of Flying Fox City. However, the spiders stored in the box had long died. This ending could not be changed by careful breeding. The lacquer box was originally cheap, and the species of spiders used to qi qiao in weaving webs were also ordinary. Now, there was only a sparse and broken web left in the box. When Dong Zhuo left the mountain, he wanted to secretly hide this qi qiao box and give an excuse that the servant had lost it when cleaning the room. However, he could not endure his daughter's resentful eyes. He had to be thick-skinned and take it out from his sleeve, saying that Uncle Dong had searched the yard and found it with great difficulty. Su Fingyin looked at the little girl who had once been with him through thick and thin. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart. It was as if a lifetime had passed since the two of them met again. The little girl, Tao Manwu, glanced at Su Beiji, who was carrying a heavy bag outside the pavilion. She remembered that this guy had threatened her with food to carry that big bag of money. She felt a little indignant for that boorish uncle of hers. Then she sighed in her heart. This stingy guy was so stingy that he even missed the porcelain pillow that Aunt Shi had given her. Wherever he went, he would never forget to order others to do manual labor. She had been worried that he would not have enough money to eat these days. Su Fingyin smiled and asked, Have you forgotten the qi cultivation skills I taught you? Tao Manwu immediately practiced the golden beam knocking, sky drum bathing, and so on step by step. There was not the slightest mistake. Su Fingyin took the small lacquer box from her hand and joked, Why don't you throw this broken thing away? Your Uncle Dong is a mountain of gold and silver. It's not difficult for you to find a qi qiao that is bigger than you. I'll throw it away for you. Su Fingyin pretended to throw it out of the pavilion, but Tao Manwu jumped up with all her strength and clung to his arm tightly. Her whole body was hanging there in a funny way. Chapter 635. Bluebird's eyes were warm. She patted Tao Manwu's head tenderly. She didn't know why the little girl was so close to her. After she was seriously injured, Tao Manwu stuck to her side. She had been recuperating at the foot of Mount Tibbing these days. She more or less heard some gossip. She knew that her father was the mayor of Lucheng at the border of Beimei. He was attacked for no reason. It was rumored that it was done by 2 sons of the royal family. However, the murderer's whereabouts were still unknown. Furthermore, the military general Tao Qianji was as close as a brother to Dong Zhuo. The little girl's mother also unfortunately died on the way to her funeral. Ever since Tao Manwu was born, he had been brought along by Dong Zhuo, the most powerful and influential person in the Southern Dynasty's military world. Some time ago, without any warning, Liang Meng broke out into war. It was said that Dong Zhuo led his troops to Li Gu's Maolong to provide relief. Thus, Tao Manwu was left behind at Mount Tibbing, where he was somewhat related. The young master went to the north alone. Tao Qianji, who liked to kill Bailiang soldiers every day, died on the Qingming festival. The young master happened to be familiar with Tao Manwu. Bluebird stared at the young master with her eyes wide open. The little girl inadvertently glanced at the sister in green, whom she had not known for long. Su Fingyan, who knew that she was gifted, did not stop her. The green bird found that the little girl's face was covered in tears after she let go of her hand and landed on the ground. The extremely complicated and contradictory look in her eyes was like a spider web in an expensive and ingenious box. It was so dense that there were no gaps. It should not appear in the eyes of an innocent and kind little girl. Tao Manwu only shed tears but did not cry out loud. In the end, she threw the small lacquered box on Su Fingyan and ran out of the pavilion. Bluebird looked at the young master blankly. Su Fingyan smiled bitterly. She has the ability to see through people's hearts. Bluebird, who knew that she had unintentionally made a big mistake, was full of regret. When she was about to speak, Su Fingyan waved his hand and put the spear back in the cloth bag. He said calmly, "I didn't want to deceive her for the rest of her life. The sooner she knows the truth, the sooner she can relax. However, it's hard for me to say it myself. It's just nice that she saw through it herself." Although Su Beiji did not know the inside story, he knew that they were in big trouble. When he was about to remind them that they could run for their lives, Su Fingyan had already stood up and returned Cha Na to Bluebird. He laughed at himself and said, let's go. The three of us can only wait to be hunted down by Bing Shan." Su Fingyan grabbed Su Beiji's arm and led Bluebird, who had no objections, down the mountain. Su Beiji felt like he was riding on clouds. However, the three of them did not escape to the south directly. Instead, they secretly returned to the Ro Ran Mountains. Su Beiji could not help but secretly sigh. It was true that the skilled were bold. Su Beiji, who was good at self-reflection, was a little shaken when he rested by a stream in the mountains. When the scholar went north, he brought many things with him. Chess was one of them. Compared to chess, it was more popular in Beimang. In the past, the king of the northern courtyard, who was very powerful in Beimang, was a veritable terrible chess player. However, when it came to playing chess, he was a master. Su Beiji had been influenced by his grandfather for many years. Although he was very familiar with the 19 paths of Zongjing and was very proficient in it, his personal preference was still towards chess. He often played with his grandfather Su Beiji and ended up with a draw. He remembered that when the old man first took out a chessboard, he told the young Su Beiji to play this game. Only when he had the ability to draw with Su Beiji would he be considered a master. However, in Su Beiji's eyes, when his grandfather fought with others in the imperial court, he would always cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. His way of doing things was completely different from the way he played chess. It was not until he met his death that Su Beiji realized that in this game of Liang Mang's draw, the price was so great that all the chess pieces of the Su family had died, and he was the only one left. Since Su Beiji was a scholar, he naturally regarded himself as a scholar who did not know the 9 palace squares. He looked down on the boorish men of Jianghu. It was also because of this that a scholar assisted the emperor in devising strategies. Why would he need to personally kill the enemy? No matter how strong the masters of Jianghu were, there would always be other masters to kill. It was rumored that the creator of chess, Huang Longshi himself, had brought the role of his scholar to the most exquisite level. The poison scholar Huang Sanjia, who said that he would bring peace to the world when he was young, could be said to have poisoned the entire spring and autumn period. Su Beiji greatly admired such a character who transcended the imperial court's calculations and reached the heavens' calculations. However, all of this was built on the chessboard in a favorable situation. Only on the chessboard could Su Beiji display his skills. Being at a disadvantage and attacked by the enemy to the side of the monarch, Su Beiji asked himself if he could turn the tide. Su Beiji suddenly understood why the great official Chao Chongqing, who had studied to become a saint, became a celestial phenomenon martial artist, and why he entered the palace 3 times. When one was at the end of the rope and had no chess pieces to manipulate, in the end, one still had to walk out of the 9 palace squares. The game Su Beiji wanted to enter was Bailiang, which was in a disadvantageous position in a corner, and not Bei Meng or Liang, which had already gained the upper hand. This was probably the key to why his grandfather had taught him how to draw. To seek victory, one must first consider defeat. Su Beiji could not help but raise his head to look at the young man sitting leisurely on the rock. Then this fellow in front of him had already thought of the worst situation. Beiliang would be completely destroyed, and he would have no choice but to kill the enemy alone for revenge. Was it possible? Su Beiji did not believe it. Bluebird jumped down from a big tree, somewhat incredulous. Young master, there's no movement from Mount Bubang. Su Fengnian frowned, picked up a stone, and threw it into the stream. He was slightly distracted and muttered to himself, "It seems that this account is not clear." On Mount Bubang, the little girl ran away, crying. Those who did not dare to leave the pavilion saw this scene and subconsciously wanted to kill their way down the mountain. However, she forced a smile and explained that Sister Tsing was going down the mountain with an acquaintance, so she was a little reluctant. Everyone was skeptical, but they did not ask anything. However, if that girl didn't throw herself into a flame like a moth, then it could be considered a good thing. In the end, even if the mountain chieftain, who had a great reputation in the northern Mang Jianghu, defeated a young girl, it wouldn't sound good if news of this were spread. Tao Man will walk for a short distance and did not let the retinue follow her. She turned and ran to the pavilion. When she saw the lacquer box, she bent down to pick it up and was about to throw it down the mountain. However, she raised her hand for a long time and still could not muster up the courage to throw it away. Then, as if she was angry at her own failure to live up to expectations, she ran out of the pavilion, squatted down, dug a hole with her small hands, and buried the box in the soil. She wiped away her tears and returned to the elegant little courtyard on the mountain. She climbed onto the bed, hugged the porcelain pillow, and curled up in the corner, using the quilt to hide herself. Chapter 636. This chapter is short on words, so please forgive me. There will definitely be a monthly vote battle in August, so I hope everyone will support me. Nowadays, the world only knows about plum wine, but not instant spear. Su Fengnian sat on a giant rock by the side of the stream. He took off his shoes and socks, placing his feet into the gurgling waters of the refreshing stream. On his knees was this spear, immortal Wang Xiu's relic. Even though Wang Xiu's name carried the word gentle and charming, most of the spear techniques she used in her life were actually the firm and fierce pure yang path. Wang Xiu's innate strength was astonishing since she was young, leading experts into the path of spear techniques. After she became famous, she nurtured her strength through battle, and even single-handedly entered the depths of northern Mang to temper her martial path. She practically slaughtered her way through that generation of northern Mang's martial world, stabbing a huge hole in it. Among the 4 grandmasters of Jianghu in the previous generation, Wang Xiu was also known as the Armed Saint. He used strength to overcome weakness, and his spear was as fast as thunder. The tip of instant spear was round and blunt. Because of Wang Xiu's arm strength and unparalleled spear speed, he didn't care about the sharpness of the spear tip. Wang Xiu's martial arts could be said to be the best in the north of the Central Plains, but his reputation was mixed. Spear Fairy was paranoid, and he killed every enemy he attacked, causing countless hatred. Naturally, Wang Xiu was regarded by many Jianghu people as lacking in martial arts virtue, having the strength of a grandmaster, but lacking in general bearing. Wang Xiu, as one of the few external masters, did not regress in his martial arts realm after 60 years of age. His spear skills returned to its original state and could be called extraordinary. What he learned in his life could be summarized as the 4-words formula. Liang Dynasty originally did not believe that Chen Jibao could surpass his master in his early 20s and defeat Wang Xiu fair and square. However, after 2 consecutive battles with Hong Jingyan and Ancestor Bronze Man, he did not lose. Liang Beimeng began to recognize the little man in white as the undisputed #1 spear master, and the never-before-seen plum wine began to spread all over the world. Bluebird stood beside Su Fengnian. She took a moment to tell him about her journey to the north. I first went to a big sect in Gusai State called Sun Spear Forest. The sect leader, Sun Baiyuan, was a famous spear master in the Southern Dynasty. Su Fengyan laughed and said, "This sect must be named after the Wu clan's sword mount. But I've read about Sun Baiyuan in the Tide Listening Pavilion's secret records. He's not simple. He's not a genuine level 1 master. But like many other martial arts geniuses, he skipped the Vajra realm, studied Taoist skills, and touched the threshold of the finger mystery. He's worthy of being called a top master of the finger mystery realm. How did you defeat him? A sneak attack?" Bluebird shook her head and said, "Before I went to the Forest of Spears, I comprehended the collapse of the 4-word formula in the desert. When I arrived at the Sun Spear Forest, Sun Baiyuan's spear skills were a little stagnant and rusty because he hadn't fought personally for a long time. I shattered his skull with one strike." Su Fengyan was suddenly dumbfounded. He laughed and said, "Then how did you escape?" Bluebird said calmly, "I fought and escaped. I was originally an assassin, so I'm good at disguising and hiding. I killed about 70 disciples of the Sun family and comprehended the delaying formula, also known as the back thrust. When I was being chased and trapped in a desperate situation, it was most suitable for me to counterattack." Su Fengyan bent his finger and flicked the dust-free, ancient spear lightly, nodding. Bluebird continued, "There was a captain in the prime of his life in the desolate nightmare military town in Gusai State. He had a strange surname, and I can't remember his name. I only know that his spear skills were among the top 3 in the Beimang army. Everyone said that his biggest regret was that he didn't have the chance to fight with Chen Jibao. I snuck into the military town, and this person happened to be practicing his spear skills in the middle of the night. He was so soft that my collapse of the spear couldn't take advantage of him. After dozens of rounds, I stabbed him in the stomach." At this point, Bluebird smiled and said, "Anyway, it wasn't his turn to kill Chen Jibao. This time, the chase was more difficult. The desolate nightmare military town sent out hundreds of horse fences. I escaped for a whole month. During this time, a few Spiderweb members joined in. They didn't stop until I snuck into Longyao State." Su Fengyan looked at her cold smile and sighed softly. "This Beimang general's surname is Hulu. He was the lover of a powerful royal family in the north. You killed him well. It was revenge for the empress who ordered the Jianghu of Beimang to sneak into Beiliang in batches to carry out assassinations. You also let them know what it means to not reciprocate. You and the white-robed monks' return of the courtesy and virtue sect are different approaches to achieve the same result." She shook her head and said, "I only know some crude ways to kill people. How can I be compared to the white-robed monk who is almost a saint?" Since Su Beiji had nothing to do, he stood to the side and listened attentively. This scholar, who originally looked down upon the martial artists of Jianghu from the bottom of his heart, had long been intimidated by Qing Miao's straightforward narration. Hearing this sentence, he softly said, "Only by killing people can you save people. Miss, you don't have to belittle yourself." Bluebird didn't have a good temper to listen to people's casual praise. She shot a cold glance at Su Beiji, which made Su Beiji's scalp tingle. He hurriedly lowered his head and turned his head to look at the stream. Sure enough, everything had its vanquisher. Su Fengyan couldn't help but laugh. He smiled and introduced, "This is Su Beiji. His grandfather was once the king of Beimang's northern courtyard. Young Master Su is also very knowledgeable and has a belly full of talent to help the people. This time, he's going back to Beiliang with us. I don't know if he'll be willing to give us advice." Bluebird turned her head and nodded her chin slightly as a form of greeting. "Greetings, young Master Su." Su Beiji waved his hand. Bluebird hesitated for a moment. "Young Master, do you know that the 10,000 Long Xiong army attacked Gentleman's Pavilion in front and the Great Snow Dragon cavalry crushed Li Gu Maolong behind?" Su Fengyan calmly said, "I heard that Huang Manor didn't have many Long Xiong army left. At the mouth of the Calabash, they were unlucky and ran into Dong, which was personal army. The 4,000 Long Xiong army was almost wiped out. They were even stabbed by a spiderweb killer nicknamed Cut Willow." Bluebird bit her lip and didn't say anything. Su Fengyan changed the subject and said with a smile, although Sun White Ape and the one surnamed Hulu are both first-class martial art masters and valiant generals, they're still far from being comparable to the fifth raccoon of Bubang Mountain. Bluebird said, "The third formula of the forward formula is arc." Su Fengyin immediately understood. The pinnacle battle that established Wang Xiu's position as a great grandmaster was the battle between this armed saint and red armor that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Wang Xiu's arc spear formed the momentum of a flowing river. He didn't give red armor, who was at the peak of his power, a chance to fight back. 3 arcs formed momentum, 9 arcs formed a small circle, 81 arcs formed a large circle, and so on. It was amazing. But the real perfection of the arc spear had to wait until Wang Xiu went to fight Li Chungang, who was also a great grandmaster. At that time, Li Chungang was invincible after drawing his sword and before opening the gate of heaven. At that time, Li Chungang was high-spirited and vigorous. His sword flourished and was recognized as unparalleled in the world. Before Wang Xinji became famous in one battle, Li Chungang gently pointed at her and forced a barefoot sword fairy from the southern sea back to her sect. Only Wang Xiu was barely able to make Li Chungang fight against him. He was even full of praise for Wang Xiu's arc spear. After the battle, the two drank, and Li Chungang even gave some pointers. The arc spear formula was big and wide. It could only be used to its fullest when it met an opponent that it couldn't match. Therefore, there was a heroic saying, "If the arc spear doesn't arc, I will die." Su Fengyin didn't say anything to comfort her. He just moved and patted the stone. Bluebird hesitated for a moment and sat beside him. Su Beiji looked at the man and woman who were probably master and servant. He remembered the scene in the pavilion where he helped her put on her shoes. Su Fengyin said softly, "When the fifth raccoon comes, leave it to me." Bluebird held the instant spear tightly and nodded heavily. Chapter 637. The next chapter is 12 o'clock at night. Cleverness overcomes cleverness. Su Fengyin originally thought that he could use the otherworldly item to erase his traces and return to the Ruined Mountains. If the Bingbing Mountain sent out troops to pursue him, they would definitely be led by the nose by the red-robed nascent soul. Little did he know that the fifth raccoon would be waiting for him. The most dangerous place was the safest place. Safe my ass. When Su Fengyin stood up, the otherworldly item was already hanging upside down from a tree like a giant scarlet bat. Su Beiji also sensed that the situation was not good and tacitly threw his luggage to Su Fengyin. After doing so, Su Beiji saw more than 10 elite riders galloping downstream of the stream. The distance between the two sides was less than 20 feet, not enough for an inferior bow to shoot. The Ruined Mountains were rich in iron ore, and the 5 military towns were rich in heavy armor. They were very famous in the Beimang royal court, except for the valiant-looking man in the lead, who wore a casual purple robe and carried a broad saber in a black scabbard, which was different from the Mang saber. The rest of the retainers and their horses were all wearing heavy armor. There were no roads in the forest for the horses to choose from, but the sound of these riders galloping was negligible to Su Beiji. Su Fengyin stared at the black pigeon on the back of the man with the saber and frowned. Su Fengyin knew that the Ruined Mountains specialized in whistling pigeons. The pigeon in this guy's hand was a 6th-year slave from the Ruined Mountains. It was nicknamed Green Eyes Plus. Unlike most carrier pigeons, this kind of pigeon would only reach maturity after 3 years. 6 years was the best time to send a letter. Its explosive power and long-distance endurance were top-notch, and its homing ability was superb. However, Su Fengyin was a big foppish playboy who trained hawks and dogs, so he was quite familiar with pigeons. Not to mention, he had been hunted by the Toowoba spring falcons on the grassland and suffered a lot. He was very careful when he fled, paying special attention to whether there were any whistling pigeons in the sky. After confirming that there were no problems, he dared to return to the Ruined Mountains. This ambitious and ruthless man of Beimang who controlled both the Bingbing Mountain and a military town was past his middle age. He had the features of a typical Beimang man, but his attire was more similar to that of the southern dynasties. He casually placed his hand on the black scabbard saber. It was made of black python skin, and the scabbard was tied with a rope. It was Raccoon Dawu, the leader of the Bing Bing Mountain. He had been observing Su Fengyan all this time. When he saw the young man who was slowly putting his sword on his back look at the carrier pigeon, Raccoon Dawu's mouth twitched. He gently shook his arm in understanding. The sixth-year slave flapped its wings and took flight. However, when it reached the height of the retainer knight's head, it came to an abrupt stop and dropped. It hovered 3 feet above the ground and instantly disappeared into the forest like an arrow. Su Fengyan smiled. He did not need Raccoon Dawu's explanation to understand the mystery. The sixth-year slave's specialty lay in its ability to fly at low altitudes. Raccoon Dawu, who was said to have once saved the Beimang Empress' life, asked the bluebird. His gaze remained on Su Fengyan. I've already agreed to fight you again. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Su Fengyan replied on his behalf. Since you can't beat me, then don't fight. Women kill and kill. It's a killjoy. In the face of such a scoundrel's words, Raccoon Dawu did not get angry. He only laughed softly and said, Northern Liang Wangxiu's arc spear is a spear technique that fights for life after death. Where can you find such a good target like me? But then again, the reason why I didn't kill you the first time we fought was because I knew that Spear Fairy King Xiu had a daughter at a young age. It's a pity that this little girl had only used 40 to 50% of the essence of the arc spear. I wanted to fight again and see everything in one go before deciding her fate. After all, Bing Bing Mountain is not a restaurant. You want to leave? It's not that easy. But now, compared to the arc spear, I'm more curious about which sect you came from in Bailiang. Using your Central Plains Jianghu lingo, why don't we spar? Su Fengyan looked troubled. You're the mountain master of Bing Bing Mountain and a famous Jianghu senior. Isn't it inappropriate for you to lower yourself to the level of a nameless junior like me? Raccoon Dawu let go of his scabbard and placed his hands on the horse's back. He tapped the back of his hand lightly with one finger and shook his head. It's always the new generation that surpasses the old. If we were to calculate based on age and experience, everyone should be cowards. Wait till you're 100 years old before showing off. Su Fengyan laughed. Mountain Master's words are humorous. It's a shame that we didn't meet earlier. Raccoon Dawu said helplessly, You said that you don't want to fight with me. Then can you drive the 3 ancient swords back in a box? The sword chi is not small. If you're determined to fight with me, then let me know. Otherwise, when I make my move, you won't even know how you died. Su Fengyan shook his head and laughed. I'm not fighting. Raccoon Dawu could clearly feel the sharp sword chi of the 3 swords. He laughed coldly. Your moral character is similar to someone with the surname Dong. You're the one I hate the most in my life. However, I only have one daughter to marry. She's treated as a death exemption token. Your luck is obviously much worse. Su Fengyan still had that annoying expression. It doesn't matter. Anyway, your body is still healthy. There's no need to rush to fight with me. Go back to the mountain and give birth to a beautiful daughter. I'll find her in 18 years. Bluebird wanted to laugh, but did not. It was uncomfortable to hold it in. She gripped the end of her spear tightly. Indeed, it was more comfortable to kill people. Raccoon Dawu looked up to the sky and laughed. His eyes started to become extremely gloomy. You're really a monkey carved from the same mold. The 5th raccoon's mount suddenly knelt down on all 4s. Its entire back was broken. A purple figure suddenly rose up and hovered in front of Su Fengyan's eyes in an instant. It slashed its saber at Su Fengyan's head. The name of the blade was Dragon Tendon. It was a reward given to meritorious officials after the Empress of Beimang ascended the throne. Raccoon Dawu was bestowed with this famous blade that symbolized the first martial artist in the imperial tent. Even the military god, Tuoba, who had accumulated many military achievements, did not have such an honor. Su Fengyan did not dare to be careless. He climbed to the top of the building with the sword of spring and autumn held horizontally above his head. He originally wanted to use the 3 ancient swords that he had obtained from the Emperor Qin's mausoleum to attack Wei to rescue Zhao. However, Before the three short swords that had been hidden for 800 years finally saw the light of day again, flew to Raccoon Diwu's side. The dragon tendon in the mountain lord's hand pressed down on Su Fengyan's chi, causing the three flying swords to show a trace of stagnation. It was indeed unfortunate that he had met his master, whose swordsmanship was far from perfect. It was even more unfortunate that he had met such a superb opponent. The soil by the stream was not solid to begin with. With one strike of the blade, Su Fengyan, who was holding the sword of spring and autumn, sank a full foot into the ground. Raccoon Diwu's body spun in the air, and the dragon tendon brushed past the sword of spring and autumn by 3 inches. With that, Su Fengyan's entire body was sent flying to the side. The soil under Su Fengyan's feet rolled and splattered in all directions. After pulling his feet out of the ground, he flew into the air and stuck to a large tree. As he retreated in defeat, the 3 ancient swords of the Great Qin did not attack Raccoon Diwu in vain. With a flick of his finger, they were respectively nailed into 3 tree branches in the surroundings. Together with the sword of spring and autumn in his hand, they were finally able to cover the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west. Su Fengyan did not need to think about splitting his attention to control the swords. Against Raccoon Diwu, being distracted was tantamount to suicide. He only hoped that when one of his swords left his hand, he would be able to switch to another sword in time. The soft armor he wore would not be able to withstand the dragon tendon's blade strike. Even if he did not die on the spot, once he was heavily injured, he would be no different from dying. After the blade strike, Raccoon Diwu's aura suddenly condensed. He was indeed worthy of being a big shot of the Beimang Jianghu. Raccoon Diwu deliberately wanted to catch a mouse like a cat. He was not in a hurry to pursue an attack. Instead, he stood where he was and sneered. "You do have some petty tricks. Don't just have some petty tricks. That would really disappoint me." The battle had truly begun. Life and death were on the line. Su Fengyan did not have the leisure to talk. Chapter 638. The only experts that Su Fengyan truly respected were the old man in the sheepskin fur coat and old Huang. They were not the kind of swordsmen who liked to lecture others when they had the upper hand. It was even more impossible for them to be stubborn when they were in a disadvantageous position. One matter, one sword. As they fought, they talked nonsense like the weather was good today. If not, they would sigh about life. Why were they being so wishy-washy? What were they doing earlier? Su Fengyan inhaled and exhaled. He was no longer greedy after controlling multiple swords. Purple chi lingered around him, revealing the blade of his sword to be a foot long. Since ancient times, martial arts competitions could not escape the rule that an inch shorter was an inch riskier. Just like Li Chungang, who once had thousands of flying swords on the Great Snow Plateau. However, the old god of swords himself had earnestly lectured Su Fengyan, who liked to talk about ostentation. This kind of method could be used as a shortcut to cultivate the will of the sword. It could also be used to frighten laymen. However, it was useless against a mortal enemy who was on par with him. Li Chungang straightforwardly gave 2 clear examples. Within a distance of 10 feet, he was confident that he could kill any expert who had not reached the level of Earth Immortal with his green-sleeve snake. Even Ancestor Lu's reincarnation, Qi Xuanjin, would not dare to let Wang Xinji punch him with all his strength at close range. However, once the distance was increased, as long as one had entered the realm of first pin, anyone could fight with all kinds of tricks. In a true battle of life and death, it was usually decided after a few rounds of close combat. When the old man in the sheepskin fur coat imparted his swordsmanship for the last time, he raised his arm and raised his sword. He said that the sword could open the gates of heaven. It seemed imposing, but it was actually just 3 feet of green sword and 3 feet of chi. Only this was qualified for Li Chungang to boast that he could open the gates of heaven and kill immortals. Su Fengyan's insistence on advancing instead of retreating was in line with Raccoon Diwu's intentions. This mountain chieftain of MT Tibbing, who had not killed to his heart's content for many years, was afraid that this brat would randomly jump and flee. It would be meaningless to kill him with his dragon tendon saber. Moreover, the interesting thing about the Jianghu was that no matter how high the realm of a martial artist was, they could still learn from other strong points and smelt them into a furnace for their own use. This was especially true for the fifth raccoon, who was a top-notch master who was almost set in stone. The secret manuals that he could see must have been flipped through long ago, and the people who should be killed had already been killed. Instead, they needed some amazing younger generation to bring along those who were extremely hard to come by. Some geniuses who were not set in stone might still have a long way to go before they were proficient in martial arts, but they usually had some mysterious moves that were like antelopes hanging horns. The fifth raccoon was waiting for this unexpected surprise. It was obvious that this scholar swordsman had really made him sit up and take notice of him. Sword momentum and sword chi rolled like spring thunder. This brat's swordsmanship had reached a high level. The fifth raccoon was certain that he could use chi to control the sword, but he did not expect that the sword and the sword complemented each other, and the momentum could be so magnificent. It was truly a little surprising. The fifth raccoon stood where he was, maintaining a distance of 1 dragon tendon and 1 spring and autumn sword from Su Fengnian. He was willing to become an arrow pile, allowing Su Fengnian's sword chi to strangle him wantonly. He was as motionless as a mountain. The mountain chieftain of MT Tibbing did not appear on the martial arts roll for a very simple reason. The fifth raccoon would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of Phoenix. He had never reached the top of the martial arts roll and was placed side by side with the younger generation. Was that not a disgrace? One had to know that the broken spear Deng Mao, who was ranked 9th in the world, had lost his spear to the fifth raccoon. Deng Mao's realm advanced by leaps and bounds, but the fifth raccoon had been stagnant at the finger-profound realm for a whole 10 years. There was still a layer of unbreakable window paper between him and the celestial phenomenon. How could the proud and arrogant fifth raccoon endure this? The fifth raccoon's beloved daughter, Diwu Kei, had married Dong Zhuo, whom he looked down on. He had been suppressing a lot of resentment. The deputy mountain chieftain Gong Pu had died in battle at the mouth of the calabash, and the guest advisor and Peng Lai's cauldron carrying slave suffered heavy losses. This made the fifth raccoon even more vexed. Today, he had encountered this young swordsman who had intruded into MT Tibbing. Why would the fifth raccoon care about who his backer was and how strong his background was? The fifth raccoon lifted the dragon tendon with one hand to resist the sword chi and calmly reminded, "It's my turn." Su Fengnian's sword force was already close to a circle, and it was deeply imparted by Li Chuangong's sword technique. It cannot be said to have any flaws. However, when the fifth raccoon gently flicked his blade, Su Fengnian's sword chi rolled away the dragon wall. An imperceptible crack appeared on the dragon wall, and it almost collapsed in an instant. After all, things like foundations still needed to be accumulated over time. Naturally, an old ginger was much more pungent than a young ginger. Su Fengnian did not have any fear. The fifth raccoon's defense was watertight, and he did not expect the sword chi to be able to mess up his position. A gap between attack and defense was often a turning point. However, against such an old fox, Su Fengnian could not be smart and take the initiative to show a flaw. He waited for the moment when the fifth raccoon changed from defense to offense. The dragon tendon tore the dragon wall, and Su Fengnian returned the favor. He who had not exhaled a breath gritted his teeth and took another breath. He used all his strength to pull the fuyao, and the sword chi was as thick as a dragon drawing water. The fifth raccoon frowned, and finally, for the first time, his blade technique went from simple to complex. The fuyao tornado was split into pieces by the dragon tendon blade. He took a step forward, stretched out his left arm, and slapped Su Fengnian's forehead. Su Fengnian's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, but he still took advantage of the situation to step on the fifth raccoon's chest. His luxurious purple clothes were covered with an eyesore of dusty footprints. After the fifth raccoon flicked away a poisonous hidden weapon with his finger, he gently brushed away the dust on his chest. That light kick was only a feint, and the killing move was still a small flying sword that was aimed at his eyeballs. The fifth raccoon said, without batting an eyelid, "So not only can you control the longsword in the case, You can also use the short sword in your sleeve. However, since I am known as Beimang's most senior finger xian martial artist, I could be considered to have some understanding of the xian of finger xian. Whether it is the movement of qi or the more concealed intentions, I can predict 70 to 80% of them. If you don't believe me, and if there are still some hidden flying swords, there is no harm in flying them out one by one. I will close my eyes and not use my blade. How about it? After Su Fengyan landed on the ground, he bent his knees and slid backwards. He slid from the side of the stream into the middle of the stream before stopping. After he stood up in the water, there was a bit of undisguised ridicule in his eyes. The fifth raccoon was well aware of this and found it more and more interesting. This kid really was not a fledgling. Usually, those noblemen who came from prestigious sects and schools wanted to make a name for themselves in Jianghu after learning some skills. Suddenly, they met an opponent who was much stronger than them. This kind of psychological attack was extremely easy to succeed. Before the battle to the death, their momentum would be weakened by more than half, and after that, they would be at the mercy of their opponent. The fifth raccoon had seen too many of these kinds of newborn calves, and they all died prematurely at the hands of seniors who did not cherish talent. Therefore, the martial arts geniuses that the fifth raccoon cultivated on Mount Bubang were all abnormally cold-blooded. They were either thrown into the front line of the army to be polished, or sent to assassinate strong people who were a bit stronger than them. They were definitely not like the chess and sword music school, who protected their calves and blindly spoiled them under their wings. The fifth raccoon raised his blade and walked slowly. The dragon tendon blade's originally inconspicuous blade aura became more and more restrained. I promise that if you can leave this stream, I will let you live. Once he started thinking about escaping, there really was no need to fight anymore. Su Fengyan spat out a mouthful of turbid air and directly called out his name. Fifth raccoon, you are a genuine finger profound realm expert. Time and again, you have to play mind games with a junior like me. Don't you find it annoying? The fifth raccoon shook his head. Comparing skills with others and taking people's lives with one move is something I did a long time ago. It's not easy to catch a fish like you in the net, so I really can't bear to kill you quickly. As he spoke, the fifth raccoon slashed out again. The range of his arm swinging out far exceeded the previous move, and the momentum was also far greater than the initial slash that broke the horse's back. The qi in Su Fengyan's body circulated, and his acupoints were like golden lotuses. He leaped out of the water and welcomed the slash. Su Fengyan integrated the rising hand, shaking Kunlun into his sword move. Just as his figure rose, it fell and sank to the bottom of the water. Then, the entire stream, with the fifth raccoon and Su Fengyan as the central axis, exploded towards the upstream and downstream sides of the stream. The final sound was already transmitted from a few miles away. That central axis had already split open the bank of the stream, leading to the depths of the forest. This slash did not seem like a slow killing technique. A few days ago, there was a rainstorm in the Ran mountain range, causing the stream to be deeper than a person's. After Su Fengyan was forced to the bottom of the water by the slash, he disappeared without a trace. The fifth raccoon stepped lightly on the surface of the water and occasionally slashed down with his slash. The stream, which was originally as calm as a young lady washing clothes, shook violently, soaking the shore. There were even ravines that spread to the shore, and it was a shocking sight. The fifth raccoon was extremely patient, slowly slashing the stream, waiting for the moment when the kid was desperate and wanted to leave the stream. He was also waiting for the next surprise. He believed that this young swordsman still had some trump cards that could save his life. But the fifth raccoon was surprised to find that he seemed to be losing his patience. The mature De Xian realm had all kinds of mysteries. There was the ability to draw water with a bamboo basket, and also the mirror flower water moon technique. The fifth raccoon frowned. He slashed water 19 again. The stream water was extremely turbid. The fifth raccoon did not plan to waste any more time. Although Su Fengyan, who was escaping in a sorry state like a swimming fish, looked like his life was hanging by a thread, his heart was as calm as still water. Borrowing intent to nurture intent. Closing the sheath to nurture intent was originally Li Chuangong's original creation that made thousands of swordsmen of the younger generation praise. Su Fingyan had to find another way. After practicing the sword, he used the sword intent to nurture the saber intent. Now, there was an even more accurate saying, which was to use its intent to nurture one's own intent. Old man, you slash the stream water, I nurture intent. Chapter 639. August has arrived. This is the first time I'm formally asking for monthly votes in Zongheng. The second volume, Going to Beimang Alone, will definitely come to a successful conclusion this month. In front of her, no one dared to claim to be from a family of spear arts. Wang Xiu's status in the world of spears was like Li Chuangong's status in the way of the sword. The dozen or so Ruren cavalrymen were confident in their superior horsemanship and the outstanding strength of their war horses. They raised their spears at the same time, but the distance between the two sides was extremely close. No matter how excellent the bloodlines and training of the war horses were, they could not charge forward explosively while carrying a heavy armored cavalryman. The two war horses trotted forward at the same time, taking the lead to charge towards the beautiful woman in green. These dozen or so cavalrymen were competitive cavalrymen who had followed their mountain chieftain for many years on the battlefield. They were extremely proficient in dealing with armored soldiers and people of the Jianghu. Two pitch-black metal spears came down from above. One thrust, and the other swept. The left thrust towards Bluebird's forehead, while the right swept towards Bluebird's shoulder. Bluebird was once an assassin who would do anything to achieve her goals. After practicing the spear, her method of killing changed completely. It was in line with Wang Xiu's ferocious and demonic spear arts, especially when Wang Xiu's instant spear was used by a woman like Bluebird. It was even more pleasing to the eye. The instant spear was thrust out. It was clearly a simple and straight thrust, but the spear's body actually bent in a strange arc. The scarlet spear's outer arc collided with the spear that was aimed at the cavalry's forehead. After the collision, the instant spear used the force of the impact to curve again. The tip of the spear instantly changed direction, causing the sweeping spear to be deflected. Then, the instant spear stabbed straight, piercing through the warhorse's head and piercing the chest of the armored soldier on the horse's back. The spear's body bent in an arc, and the spearhead's momentum collapsed, causing the cavalryman's breastplate to explode. He was sent flying into the air, dead before he even landed on the ground. Wang Xiu's collapse word formula hurt people's flesh and blood, as well as their meridians and qi. The chief assassin of Spiderweb, One Willow, could let the sword's qi take root. This kind of insidious swordsmanship was actually comprehended from Wang Xiu's spear arts. Wang Xiu traveled the world with his spear arts. He never gave in when he met enemies, and he was even more ruthless. In the past 20 years in Beimang, there were countless martial artists who studied Wang Xiu's spear arts. Wang Xiu was like a flood dragon in the Yellow River. After his death, the younger generation explored the river and searched for treasures. Bluebird had seen Wang Xiu, a martial arts fanatic, practice the spear since she was young. She was close to him, and she had inherited her father's talent. Her understanding of the four-word formula was far from what outsiders like One Willow could imagine. At that time, in Beiliang's martial arts world, the Wang family could always see a little girl in the inner courtyard. Regardless of whether it was cold or hot, she would practice the spear step by step and elbow by elbow. Her hands were full of calluses, and she would constantly pull out a wooden pole. The green bird trembled in the midst of the collision and wrapped itself around an iron spear. The tip of the spear in its hand drew a majestic circle, and a knight's entire head was taken off. She kicked the abdomen of a war horse that brushed past her, and the rider and horse were thrown 3 to 4 feet away. In the midst of the attack, she tiptoed and dodged the stabbing of the two spears. Her palms slid to the middle of instant, and the spear rotated in a big circle. The big circle had the same arc as instant spear, swinging in the air like a horse rope. After the momentum was accumulated to perfection, with instant as the center of the circle, within 20 steps, 3 riders, including their armor and war horses, were cut off. Some were cut off at the waist, and some were beheaded. Qing Miao continued to charge forward with her back bent. In an instant, she happened to fly beside her hand. She struck out with her spear and stopped 3 inches in front of Knight's face. Before the knight could secretly rejoice that this woman who killed people like scything flax had exhausted her qi, the bystanders only saw his face collapse. It was a horrible sight. Bluebird patted the shaft of her spear lightly. An instant circled behind her, blocking a sharp iron spear that was chopping down like a knife. The arc could kill people, but it could also be used for defense. With her back facing the rider, she knocked on the spear with both arms. An instant spear immediately hit the rider's chest. Bluebird turned around and took a big step back with her right foot. The moment she grasped the rebounded spear, it changed from horizontal to vertical and stabbed a big hole in the abdomen of the pale-faced rider. Bluebird lifted her spear slightly, and the huge force caused the rider who was still alive to fly into the sky. She pulled out her spear and poked and stirred again and again, and the armored soldier's corpse exploded. Around her, there were only a few riders who could stand. The remaining few riders looked at each other, and they were all ready to fight to the death. Bluebird looked at the storm on the other side of the stream from the corner of her eyes. She had to kill them faster. Su Beiji even wanted to die. The scholar who didn't believe in ghosts and gods was now grabbed by the 4 arms of an otherworldly creature that looked like a red bat and hung on a big tree far away from the danger zone. Previously, when he looked at it from afar, the red-robed nascent soul always showed its face, and its 4 arms were all tucked into its big sleeves. Now, Su Beiji looked at the compassionate face of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva from a close distance, and he could clearly feel its 4 arms. He silently closed his eyes. He once argued with his grandpa about the annotation of the 7 words Confucius does not speak of strange forces and gods. Su Beiji had the same opinion as the Confucians of the past. He translated strange forces and gods into strange forces and rebellions. Su Beiji thought that it should not be simply based on the Confucians' criticism of the school of Moism's worship of ghosts and gods. Strange forces and rebellions were not side by side, but separated. Strange was used as a verb, and gods refer to the mind. At this moment, Su Beiji felt that he had made a big mistake. He was chanting scriptures and mantras. Chapter 640. The otherworldly item didn't pay any attention to the scholar, who looked like he had fallen into an ice cellar. Its happy face looked into the distance, as if it was hesitating whether to help or not. The otherworldly item with the green python armor under the wide sleeves of its vermilion robe threw away the burden in its hand and threw Su Beiji to the ground. Its delicate body, which could be considered exquisite even if one didn't look at its 2 faces and 4 arms, slowly floated up until it was above the branch at the top. Its wide sleeves swayed, setting off the snow-white and eye-catching bare feet. Su Beiji coincidentally raised her head and saw this scene. She shuddered even more. Could it really be a ghost that had escaped from Fengdu? Yuanying twisted its neck stiffly. In its vision, there were many soldiers who had abandoned their horses and were advancing up the mountain like a swarm of locusts. The otherworldly item rubbed its belly and burped. Ordinary people burped when they were full, but it only burped when it was hungry. On the stream, Raccoon Diwu sneered, "Let's see how long you can hide." The mountain master of Mount Tibbing was truly enraged. He threw the dragon tendon behind him. When he crushed the horse's back, he pulled out his saber. The scabbard with the golden thread attached to it was left near the dead horse. It was stuck in the ground. With this throw, the dragon tendon returned to its scabbard. Raccoon Diwu wasn't famous for its knife skills. Since it had broken Deng Mao's spear with its bare hands, it was clear that something was wrong. After Raccoon Diwu abandoned its knife, it glanced at the undulating stream downstream and sneered. It no longer floated above the stream and dived into the water like Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian finally appeared. His whole body was soaked, and he was holding the spring and autumn sword with sword aura like the wind. The stream quickly retreated from the top of his head to his waist and knees. In the end, only the water stains were left on the soles of his feet. There was no way out and nowhere to hide. The area occupied by Rendezvous became the dividing line. The stream was blocked by the purple-clothed man and couldn't get close to the line. The turbulent and turbid stream stopped behind him and continued to spread to both sides. The stream was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws like a yellow dragon that could devour people at any time. Su Fingyin did something that made Rendezvous feel strange. He put the spring and autumn sword back into its scabbard. The scabbard meant Rendezvous had something to rely on. The sword returned to its scabbard. Was he in a hurry to reincarnate? Rendezvous ran forward in big strides like thunder. With every step the man took, the stream behind him moved one step forward. Su Fingyin retracted his palm with his palm facing inwards and pushed out with his palm facing outwards. The 12 flying swords formed a semicircular sword. It was created with the method of tying the black strands, which gave it the rather resounding name of a lightning pool. Rendezvous, on the other hand, defeated 10 people with one strength without any fancy moves. When they were 5 steps apart, it twisted its body sideways and punched fiercely. Su Fingyin used his palm to block the fist that could destroy cities and shake mountains. His feet sunk into the mud until it reached his knees. He used the pagoda holding style and stacked it on the back of his palm. Unexpectedly, he did not evade the punch. Rendezvous' anger overflowed. It pressed down again and again. The mud under Su Fingyin's knees splashed out faster than an arrow. The stream behind Rendezvous swayed violently. Su Fingyin's sword formation condensed and did not disperse. It was not to make an unnecessary attack, but to borrow the sword embryo of the 12 flying swords to support the big yellow courtyard. The man and the sword formation were in harmony. Rendezvous kicked out. The expressionless Su Fingyin's right palm slapped down, while his left palm pushed towards Rendezvous' chest. It did not disperse the kick, nor did it touch Rendezvous' purple clothes. Su Fingyin only dissipated some of the force, but it was in vain as he slid backward. His feet and a knife cut a gully at the bottom of the stream. Without waiting for Su Fingyin to stand still and take a breath, Rendezvous' leg swept towards his neck. Su Fingyin tilted his shoulder and blocked with both hands. Just by looking at the extent of the semicircular sword formations trembling, one could tell that this kick was powerful. Su Fingyin's entire body sank into the muddy river wall that was as tall as a person. Rendezvous stepped on Su Fingyin's chest and pushed his back a few feet into the muddy wall. He leisurely shook his head and teased. Fortunately, you have 12 flying swords that are not inferior to the Wu family sword tomb. If you don't take people's heads, can they still be considered flying swords? Rendezvous' hands reached into the air and grabbed. Then, his 5 fingers formed a hook. A brand new sword formation that was formed by a thunder pool was torn apart by the enormous force. Su Fingyin did not give him the opportunity to destroy the thunder pool. He knocked Rendezvous with his shoulder. Rendezvous pulled on the sword formation with one hand and waved his other arm horizontally. Su Fingyin's chi dynamic that was sent flying to the side suddenly lost its traction with the sword formation. Rendezvous stomped on the ground and leaped high. He struck with his elbow towards Su Fingyin, who had not yet stabilized his body. A huge pit that was more than 10 feet wide and 10 feet long appeared at the bottom of the river. This was the result of Su Fingyin using Fata Morgana to reduce 80 to 90% of Rendezvous' elbow force. Rendezvous laughed sinisterly. You dare to challenge me with just this weight? Rendezvous stood still. He no longer chased after Su Fingyin, who was in a sorry state. He pulled out a mighty stance of a celestial being throwing a cauldron and threw a punch in the air. Su Fingyin's chi dynamic speed climbed to the peak since he started practicing martial arts. Both of his hands drew circles, but he was still unable to completely eliminate the strong wind from his punch. After his body was hit, he bent like a bow. Black blood seeped out from the corner of Su Fingyin's mouth. He said in a muffled voice, I once whipped a famous horse while drunk. Rendezvous mercilessly unleashed a crushing attack. At the bottom of the river, The purple-clothed swordsman was shining brightly. He continuously attacked and retreated. At the bottom of the river, he had already fought for a distance of 1 li. Rendezvous did not even hear Su Fengnian's next sentence clearly. I once threw away 1,000 gold coins when I was young. Rendezvous seized an opportunity to grab Su Fengnian's legs and threw him into the river behind him. Su Fengnian's body cut through the turbulent river water. He cut through more than half a li in one breath. Su Fengnian knelt on one knee and flicked the spring and autumn sword scabbard on his back. I once changed spring and autumn for spring thunder. The spring and autumn sword flew out together with the scabbard and pierced toward the traveling bag. Su Fengnian unsheathed the spring thunder in his hand. After Su Fengnian stood up straight, he bent his knees slightly and put 2 fingers on his right hand together. The tip of the spring thunder in his left hand pointed directly at Rendezvous. I Tsing Shidi kill Xian finger. Chapter 641. The blade in his left hand. The stream flowed down on both sides. The 5th raccoon was like a mainstay. It squinted its eyes at the young swordsman who was accumulating power. According to the mountain master's style of doing things 20 years ago, he should have broken the momentum early and killed him in one fell swoop. However, when the 5th raccoon reached the mysterious finger realm, his vision suddenly became clear. It was as if a long scroll had been opened. The content was to prove immortality. The first part of the scroll asked for immortality. The tail of the scroll pointed to immortality. After flipping through the scroll for more than 10 years, the 5th raccoon was influenced by the realm. There were subtle changes in its temperament, and it became calmer. This did not mean that the 5th raccoon was beginning to be good. Instead, it meant that after reaching the mysterious finger realm, there were traces to follow and laws to rely on. Although the 5th raccoon did not know that Su Fengnian was using its dragon tendon stream slash to cultivate the divine will, the 5th raccoon was also waiting for Su Fengnian to help his mysterious finger longevity scroll to check and fill in the gaps. In the eyes of the 5th raccoon, it was a wonderful process of dismembering the divine will and turning it into a move. It was precisely because the 1-sleeved green dragon was born from Li Chuangong's 2-sleeved green snake was too mysterious that the 5th raccoon was especially patient. Every time it increased its chi, the 5th raccoon would be able to understand it more thoroughly. After that, he would benefit greatly. The 5th raccoon did not kill Bluebird because he wanted the essence of the arc spear. The reason why he kept Su Fengnian alive was because he did not think that an unknown junior would be a threat to him. He slowly lured him and let him use a few trump cards for him to comprehend. Why would the 5th raccoon not do so? The 5th raccoon had comprehended the fishing the moon in a bamboo basket technique that only a fusionren in the Finger Xian realm could achieve. Simply put, it was a kind of ability to copy a gourd and draw a ladle. To fish the moon in the water, when the bamboo basket was lifted, the water would ripple and the full moon would shatter. However, the 5th raccoon could piece together a small piece of the moon in his psyche. In 100 years of Jianghu, there were only a handful of people with this kind of talent who could remember everything at a glance. It was not an exaggeration to say that it happened once in 100 years. Wang Xianji, from the martial emperor city, was one of them. So far, no one had heard of a second person. This was also the reason why Wang Xianji had a hobby of watching masters fight before he became famous. When a layman watched a fight between level 1 masters, besides the excitement, what could he see even if he opened his eyes wide? As for the 5th raccoon's Xian finger, it was the hard work of dripping water to penetrate a stone. Only after reading it 100 times would its meaning be revealed. In addition to its unique talent and various opportunities, only then would it be able to attain Xian finger. The saber momentum was like a flood that filled a lake. Fortunately, there was no one watching the battle. Otherwise, the 5th raccoon's next move would definitely stupefy everyone. The 5th raccoon imitated Su Fengnian and bent his knees slightly. He made a saber gesture and pointed it at Su Fengnian. However, the 5th raccoon quickly dispelled the idea of applying what he had just learned. It was not difficult to make it look similar, but it was unexpectedly difficult to make it resemble the spirit. This made the fifth raccoon somewhat puzzled. What kind of saber technique could make him, who was already at the finger Xian realm, find it difficult to imitate? The fifth raccoon originally thought that a junior who had just entered the Vajra realm would be able to grasp 80% of the spirit easily. It seemed that it had underestimated this brat, who cultivated both saber and sword. The moment the fifth raccoon sheathed his saber, the spring thunder saber sleeve green dragon suddenly swept in front of the mountain master of the weapon-raising mountain. It was unclear whether it was a saber technique or a sword intent. The fifth raccoon's eyes was filled with green chi that covered the sky and earth. It had the aura of surging 3,000 miles in one breath. The green dragon's head pounced towards the fifth raccoon. Its body was several hundred feet long. It rolled and charged, bringing with it the muddy yellow stream water. It was just like the green dragon drinking water. Wherever the green dragon went, the stream water would be sucked out of the stream. It either merged with the green dragon's body to make its scales or was swept to the shore. This made the green dragon sleeve green dragon's situation astonishing. Not to mention the lethality, it was full of spirit. The fifth raccoon was secretly surprised and decided to get rid of this brat. This new talent of the Jianghu might be qualified to compete with him for the 10 precious chairs of the 10 people of the world in the future. Controlling a sword was different from controlling a sword that was as different as heaven and earth. However, a normal swordsman who could control a sword for several feet was considered a master. However, there were exceptions. The Wu family sword tomb had an exaggerated saying of a child controlling a sword to pierce a butterfly. Therefore, to the experienced and knowledgeable fifth raccoon, the Su Fengnian's flying sword to injure people was not considered a shocking technique. However, this green dragon sleeve blade that the fifth raccoon could not copy was a different matter. The fifth raccoon revealed a serious expression for the first time. He extended his palm and blocked the green dragon's head. He only slid back a few feet with his left leg. The green and yellow green dragon's sleeve blade swayed ferociously. The space in front of the fifth raccoon seemed to be swaying in the wind and rain. The fifth raccoon had no choice but to use his left fist to smash the green dragon's head that had condensed its chi. The huge head fell to the bottom of the stream with a loud bang. A deep well was forcefully dug out, and the stream water continuously flowed into it. The 3 feet green dragon sword and 3 feet chi. Every time it got closer, it would kill 30 feet. The real killing move was revealed after the fifth raccoon smashed the leaking chi. The spring thunderblade that had been pointed at the fifth raccoon was only 5 feet away. The wide purple robe shook violently. The hair on the fifth raccoon's temples fluttered backwards. His right hand bent 2 fingers and clamped the spring thunderblade's tip. Mysterious finger, mysterious finger. This was the supreme supernatural power of bending one's fingers to knock on longevity. The spring thunderblade in his left hand advanced. Chapter 642. This time, Raccoon Diwu was forced to retreat a few feet. During that time, he tapped the blade more than 100 times. With each tap, the sound of thunder could be heard from somewhere near the two of them. In the blink of an eye, there were 100 claps of thunder. Raccoon Diwu flicked his finger and tapped on the spring thunder every time. He tapped on the longevity and tapped on the gaps in Su Fengnian's chi circulation. As long as there was a trace, Raccoon Diwu would be able to seize the opportunity. Not only would he be unable to discard his blade, but he would also be able to break all of his meridians and shatter all of his acupoints. What made Raccoon Diwu shocked was that the young man in front of him was not only unconventional in the way of his sword, his blade was even more ferocious. The crucial point was that his chi circulation was abundant to an unimaginable degree. Raccoon Diwu, who was a late bloomer, admitted that at the young man's age, his chi circulation was not even half complete. With a flick of his finger, Raccoon Diwu was unable to grasp the slightest flaw. This made Raccoon Diwu furious. He glared and shouted. He no longer blocked the spring thunderblade head-on. Su Fengnian, who had his eyes closed all this time, twisted his wrist. The spring thunder spun in his left palm and slashed at Raccoon Diwu's waist. One life for one life. Su Fengyin dared to do it, but Raccoon Diwu was not willing to do it. Raccoon Diwu's body twisted like a loose coil. However, the punch that had lost most of its sharpness still smashed on his Su Fengyin's head. At the same time, Su Fengyin returned the punch. His body swayed like a bell on Mount Wudong. He did not fall and took the opportunity to step on Raccoon Diwu's chest again. This time, compared to the first time, it was much more ferocious. The purple-clothed mountain master, who had been strolling leisurely, was also kicked to the point that her body became unstable. Su Fengyin, who had his eyes closed, retreated a few steps. He did not suffer any serious injuries. This was all thanks to the golden lotus nurtured by the great yellow courtyard. 108 golden lotuses bloomed at once. 54 golden lotuses withered in an instant. 54 golden lotuses bloomed in an instant. Raccoon Diwu had the mentality of not sitting in the hall. He did not think that he would put himself in danger. Su Fengyin, on the other hand, was truly going all out from the very beginning. The reason why the longevity lotus could bloom again was because Su Fengyin had risked his life to nurture it. Spring lightning was no longer in his hand, but the next move did not require him to hold a sword. Su Fengyin gently pressed his hands down. The spring thunder behind the fifth raccoon floated up. The earth emitted killing intent, winding for 6,000 li. Neither the man nor the spring thunder saber moved, but Raccoon Diwu continued to throw out punches. The scene was absurd. There were some people and some things that were not mentioned, but that did not mean that they had been forgotten. Oftentimes, only things that could be easily spoken of would fade away. Su Fengyin was not the kind of rich and powerful son who was shrewd from the start. He was also not the kind of son of a feudal lord who understood the hardships of others from the start. There was the cultured and refined Chen Jibao, the flattering Chu Lushan, the serious Yuan Zuozong, and so on. Other than these people who surrounded Su Xiao and Bailiang Palace, there were many unfathomable faces that made Su Fengyin hide behind Su Xiao. Only the two old men who made the cold-hearted Su Fengyin feel grateful from the bottom of his heart had passed away. Old Huang, who lacked front teeth and loved drinking rice wine, did not have the chance to know how Li Chungang was when he was young. Before leaving the city, Old Huang seemed to have already known that he would not be able to return to the martial emperor city. At that time, he talked a lot, including one sentence, "Young master, I, Old Huang, am not as good as other great swordsmen. I only know 9 sword moves. 6 of them were comprehended before I died. In fact, I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to drink rice wine. Otherwise, I'm thinking that I haven't married in this life, so it's a waste for me to come to this world." At that time, I was always afraid that there would be no one to toast at my grave. This time, it's different. Why do I feel that the sword competition is worth it? At that time, Su Fengyin mentioned it, saying how unlucky it was. Old Huang grinned, missing his front teeth. Su Fengyin was more afraid of death than anyone else. If he died, would he still need the old Su Xiao to visit his grave? Li Chungang broke 1,000 armor with one sword move at Guangling River. After that, he escorted Su Fengyin back to Bailiang. On the way, Su Fengyin asked the old man who he had fought the most dangerous battle of his life. At that time, the one-armed old man was sitting in the carriage and scratching his feet. He thought for a while and pointed to his arm. However, he did not say the name of that person. He just smiled and digressed. "Young Master Su, remember this old man's words. When you are about to die, don't think about life and death." These 2 old men who had climbed to the top of Jianghu had gradually been forgotten. It was like every spring festival, when the old talismans were replaced by new peaches on the doors of every household. Su Fengyin slowly opened his eyes. Between the Yin realm and the Yang realm, there was a leisurely exchange of qi. He once saw with his own eyes a celestial being leaving his body in a dream at night on the peak of a mountain. He also once stood between a dragon and a python. He once said that he wanted to slay a dragon and a celestial being. Li Chungang said that when he first picked up a sword, he knew that he would become the world's top swordsman. Su Fengyin used 6 years of his life in exchange for a blade. The great python swallowed the sky. The world was silent, and the stream flowed slowly. The fifth raccoon slowly lowered its head. The tip of a blade was an inch out of its chest. Su Fingyin, with black blood flowing out of his 7 orifices, pulled out the spring thunder saber. He turned the tip of the saber and held the fifth raccoon's neck with one hand. One blade, another blade, another blade. Again and again, he repeatedly stabbed the fifth raccoon's body. Chapter 643. As expected of a martial artist at the pinnacle of the Finger Xian realm, other than the near-fatal strike that pierced through the heart, the fifth raccoon's expression did not change at all in the following strikes. He merely looked down indifferently at the young man, who seemed to be possessed by the devil. However, the fifth raccoon's Vajra physique was destroyed by the initial strike. The tricky part was that it was similar to a willow branch bursting with murderous intent. The fifth raccoon's boundless inner energy was unable to gather the scattered chi in a short period of time. It was as if the sword immortal had carved out several ravines and diverted them. Furthermore, the fifth raccoon's later strikes were all meticulous. They were all aimed at the key acupuncture points, like a river flowing in and diverting the flow, digging a few large wells. Although the fifth raccoon did not show any signs of weakness, he knew that he had truly failed miserably this time. The mountain master of troop, Raising Mountain, said hoarsely, "How did the last strike come about?" Su Fingyin looked coldly at the Finger Xian realm expert. He did not say anything and only gave him another strike. This strike was not easy to come by. It was unimaginable to outsiders. He borrowed Li Chuangong's 2 sleeves green snake and sword to open the gate of heaven, borrowed Old Huang's 9 swords, borrowed Dong Tai and the devil Luo Yang from the battle outside Dunhuang, borrowed Dragon Tree Monk's lion's roar in the canyon, and even borrowed dragon slaying in his dream on the mountaintop that night. Everything he had seen with his own eyes was integrated into that strike. When the Longhu celestial master Zhao Shituan visited Bailiang Palace for the first time, he had privately told Su Fingyin his fortune. However, he did not say anything outright. He only said that if His Royal Highness did not meet with a calamity, it would not be a problem for him to live for 60 years. Su Fingyin didn't really believe in these prophecies, but for someone who was most familiar with the pros and cons of going against the flow of the Great Yellow Court, Su Fingyin weighed this knife in his mind. He was afraid that he would lose about 6 years of his lifespan, which was originally 60 years. This made Su Fingyin, who never made a losing deal, think about it and give the fifth raccoon another knife. You and I both know very well that you can only leave the Ran mountain range alive if you do not kill me. That's because 800 armored soldiers have already ascended the mountain. Even if you are possessed by a sword immortal, you will not be able to slay the Ran garrison's constant stream of 6,000 cavalry. I'm afraid this is also the reason why you haven't taken my life yet. Su Fingyin grinned and poked another vital acupuncture point on the purple-clothed man. The fifth raccoon, who was being held by the neck, was really powerful. Even in such a situation, he still looked like an expert who was sure to win. This kind of determination was really creepy. Blood dripped from the corner of the fifth raccoon's mouth. With a calm expression, he said, "I can promise you that I will not take revenge today. Once you leave the Ran mountain range, I will send people to hunt you down." The fifth raccoon did not say any of those lofty words about letting bygones be bygones, nor did he boast about keeping his promises. However, it was precisely because of these straightforward words that, in a situation where they were mortal enemies, that it was somewhat convincing. Su Fingyin raised his head and asked, "You don't believe that I'll stab you in the heart again?" The fifth raccoon remained silent as a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Su Fingyin stopped, but did not retract his blade. He said self-deprecatingly, "There's no such thing as an opportunist in this world. I know that you also have the means to avoid death or to trade a life for a life, but you're the mountain master of the army banishing mountain. You have a high position and authority, not to mention the possibility of touching the threshold of Earth Immortal, so don't think about dying together with a small character like me. This isn't a good deal at all. As for me, I'll still stab you without hesitation. You're a magnanimous person, so please forgive me. Otherwise, Once you reconnect your chi, I won't be a match for you no matter what. The fifth raccoon laughed until he started coughing. However, he still nodded his head, displaying the bearing of an ambitious and ruthless person. Su Fengnian lamented in his heart. Could he not be so infuriating that he could still talk and laugh after suffering such a heavy injury? While lamenting, he gently released his grip and allowed the fifth raccoon to land on the ground. However, the spring thunderblade had already pierced into the purple-clothed man's juk acupuncture point, and he did not plan to pull it out. Only by doing so could Su Fengnian be at ease. If not for the fact that they were in the fifth raccoon's territory, Su Fengnian would have pierced through all the acupuncture points on this fellow's body. The otherworldly nascent soul had returned while rubbing its belly. Its mouth was scarlet red, but it was the blood of the ruined soldiers. It looked like it had eaten its fill. It carried Su Beiji back from a forest. Bluebird put away the luggage and carried it on her back. The three great Qin steel swords were also returned to their sheaths. Caution is the parent of safety. Su Fengnian put away the 9 flying swords in his sleeves. The 3 Taiya morning dew golden strands of sword embryo were nailed into the fifth raccoon's 3 major acupuncture points, the Xuanji dovetail divine watchtower. Together with the spring thunderblade, they completely suppressed the fifth raccoon's chi. The mountain lord of the army, carrying mountain, smiled faintly. He did not resist and allowed this cautious young man to lay out his plan. The more composed the fifth raccoon, whose luxurious purple clothes were in tatters, was, the more cautious Su Fengnian became. Without needing Su Fengnian to say anything, the fifth raccoon waved his hand and signaled the soldiers surrounding them to retreat. The group descended the mountain and walked to the foot of the mountain. The mountain lord of the army, carrying mountain's retainers, brought over 4 war horses according to the fifth raccoon's order. After confirming that they had not been tampered with, Su Fengnian and the fifth raccoon rode on the same horse. Then, they asked for 4 more war horses from the ruined cavalry. Bluebird and the otherworldly item Su Beiji each rode a war horse and followed closely behind. The fifth raccoon had no intention of letting the ruined cavalry tail them. He ordered this cavalry troop that had been attacked by the otherworldly item to stay at the foot of the mountain. He urged his horse to gallop down south. Chapter 644. Diwu Raccoon seemed to be on a leisurely journey as he laughed softly. Wang Xiu got a daughter at an old age and took in Chen Zhibao, a closed-door disciple. To be able to get Wang Xiu's daughter to work for you in your endless tricks, even learning Li Chuangong's 2-sleeve green snake so skillfully, I can more or less guess your identity. In Beiliang, it's really hard to find a second person like you. You really are Rin Tu's son, Su Fengnian. Perhaps to express his sincerity, Diwu Raccoon didn't even reach out to wipe the blood off. Liang Meng and Liang have been spreading rumors about how you're a rotten person on the inside. It must have been hard to hide all these years, right? To be honest, although you and I are already irreconcilable, if I could have met you earlier, I would have rather married her to you. The battle at the bottom of the stream opened my eyes. To me, the loss was a grievance, but it wasn't really a grievance. Su Fengnian's tone was flat. The ride was bumpy, and you even had a knife in your body. Even if you're the big Xian finger, wouldn't it be better to speak less and suffer less? The burly purple robe said, "This bit of suffering is nothing. I rarely ask the same question twice, but I'm really curious about that last knife of yours." Su Fengnian, who had been paying attention to his surroundings, didn't pay attention to this at all. He frowned and asked, "You didn't even take the eye of a 6-year-old slave? Are you really going to generously let me leave the southern foot of the ruined mountain?" Diwu Raccoon's face was full of ridicule, his tone colder. "Why would I need to play tricks with you? A loss is a loss." Su Fengnian asked, "Aren't you afraid that once we reach a secluded place, I'll completely end your life?" Diwu Raccoon laughed. "Su Fengnian, oh Su Fengnian, if you really dare, why don't you give it a try?" Su Fengnian laughed along with him. "Forget it. It's said that those who don't know the mysteries don't know the mysteries. A top-notch expert like you has all kinds of strange methods. Earlier, when I was certain to die, I naturally dared to risk my life against you. Now that I have a chance to live, I'm not willing to drag the emperor down from his horse. The fifth raccoon clicked its tongue and said, "The hereditary king of Baoyong, Su Fengyan. How am I going to kill you in the future?" Su Fengyan smiled and asked, "Are you regretting it?" The fifth raccoon looked at the rare green and yellow rice fields in Baimang on both sides of the road and said softly, "It's more interesting to kill them like that. Don't forget that I'm also the general of Baimang. From the Ruin Mountains to the Baoyong border, it's practically a flat stretch of land." Suddenly the fifth raccoon said, "I heard that at the end of the Liang'an corridor, close to the Western Highlands, there's a group of 60,000 barbarians with a complicated composition. They have always refused to be educated. They carry their swords and mount their horses. That year they were all banished by the poisonous warrior Li Yishan." Su Fengyan was puzzled and asked, "What are you trying to say?" The fifth raccoon fell into deep thought. The horses galloped for the whole night without stopping. When the sun rose, they could no longer see the fertile land of the Ruin Mountains. All they could see was desolation. Su Fengyan finally stopped his horse and looked back. The fifth raccoon, who had been resting with his eyes closed, also opened his eyes. Su Fengyan held his spring thunder and dismounted with the fifth raccoon. He asked, "Shall we part here?" The fifth raccoon said indifferently, "Okay, we part here. Let me ask you a question. It's up to you to answer or not. I'll tell you everything I know. After I pull out my dagger, if I go back on my word and come back to kill you, what are the odds of both of us winning? With your skills, Wang Xiu's daughter's arc spear, and the otherworldly item in the red robe, you have a high chance of killing a heavily injured Xianji who doesn't have a cavalry to protect him. Then what about the 3 foreign dignitaries of the army Raising Mountain who were secretly following you? You know about them?" The fifth raccoon, whose secret was exposed, laughed loudly. "Even this way, we can part on good terms." Su Fengyan also laughed. Could it be that they wanted to forget their enmity with a smile? With his back facing Su Fengyan, the fifth raccoon's eyes gradually turned red and purple. However, the circulation of his breath did not change at all. The leader of the army Raising Mountain, who had never suffered such humiliation in his life, had endured it all the way. How could he not give the future king of Baoyong a parting gift? He wanted to step into the Xianji realm with one foot and enter the celestial phenomenon realm with the other. Compared to the head of the future king of Baoyong, the legacy of the fake realm was not that unacceptable. The 3 foreign dignitaries who were following him were nothing more than a smokescreen to make everyone look happy on the surface. The fifth raccoon was waiting for the moment when Su Fengyan pulled out his dagger to take a breath. As expected, Su Fengyan slowly pulled out his spring thunder. As soon as the spring thunder left his body, without waiting for Su Fengyan to retrieve the 3 flying swords, the Tai'an Morning Dew golden strands took the initiative to explode out of his body. The fifth raccoon's hair was disheveled. He stretched out his arms and laughed loudly. He had a kind of invincible conceit. Even if he was at the fake realm of celestial phenomenon, it was more than enough to deal with the 3 of them. Su Fengyan said softly, "Longevity lotus bloom." In the blink of an eye, the fifth raccoon's purple eyes turned golden. Thunder suddenly roared between heaven and earth. Dark clouds covered the sky. The fifth raccoon's chi was turbulent. He was completely out of control. He could only slowly and stiffly turn his head with difficulty. "Give me another incense stick's time." The leader of the army Raising Mountain could temporarily transcend mortality and become a fake realm of Earth Immortal. Su Fengyan smiled sinisterly as he walked forward. The spring thunderblade slashed at the fifth raccoon's neck. He slowly cut off the head. The red-robed, otherworldly item had already floated behind the fifth raccoon. It bit the neck of the headless man in purple and frantically absorbed his cultivation. Su Fengyan cut off the head. It was a relief. What's the big deal about the fake realm of celestial phenomenon? I'll shrink my big yellow lotus into a longevity seed and implant it in one of your acupuncture points. I'll decide when the flower will bloom. Isn't this directly sending you to the fake realm of Earth Immortal? Isn't this a great gift? On the Ran Mountain, if you were willing to let your profound finger drop to the Vajra realm instead of forcefully entering heavenly phenomenon, choosing the former between a false realm that has both advantages and disadvantages and a drop-in realm that has no benefits, I'm afraid I would have died on the mountain. So what if you're a mysterious finger expert? You think you can come up with a foolproof plan and not suffer any losses? I've already sacrificed 6 years of my lifespan. Even the big yellow lotus is gone. Fifth raccoon, if you don't deserve to die, who should? Su Fengnian muttered to himself. He looked at the head in his hand, and then at the floating otherworldly item whose red robe was fluttering in the wind. There was one less mysterious finger expert in the world. There was one more mysterious finger expert. At the same time, Su Fengnian's realm dropped. However, he did not drop from the initial stage of Great Vajra to the second stage. Instead, he fell to the fake mysterious finger realm. Chapter 645. The otherworldly item, which had absorbed Raccoon Diwu's cultivation, suddenly received a great fortune. Its joyful face actually had some spiritual aura. It rolled up its sleeves, and its body flew backward. Like a big red bat, the otherworldly item in the red robe flew toward the 3 foreign dignitaries of Troop Raising Mountain who were hiding in the distance. Su Beiji could only hear extremely tragic tearing sounds and howls of grief. Su Beiji witnessed this inexplicable death match with his own eyes. It was as if he had fallen into the clouds. There were too many problems piled up one after another, making it hard for him to breathe. Su Beiji saw that Su Fengnian was on the verge of collapsing. Bluebird flew behind him. She didn't support him and only stood back to back. Her body slightly leaned forward so that Su Fengnian wouldn't fall to the ground. Su Beiji's heart was filled with sorrow. Where could he find such a pair of master and servant again? With his back against Bluebird, Su Fengnian stretched out his hand to wipe away the dirty blood that was as dark as thick ink on his face. He didn't try to circulate his qi to treat his injuries in vain. The big yellow courtyard was no longer there. As the primer for immortality was implanted into Raccoon Diwu's body, it was now empty. Just as he was about to say something, the spring thunder saber in his left hand gently fell to the ground. Before Su Fengnian fainted, he still couldn't tell Bluebird to be careful of that otherworldly item. He didn't know how much time had passed. Su Fengnian was half asleep and half awake. In a trance, he only felt that he was in a small pond filled with lotuses. Unfortunately, they were only withered old lotuses. Otherwise, looking at the purple and golden petals on the lotus leaves and the pond full of blooming lotuses, it would definitely be a pleasant sight. Only then did Su Fengnian remember that it was autumn. He only knew that he was in the lotus pond, but he did not know whether he was sitting cross-legged in the water or floating on top of the pond. It was as if his 7 souls and 6 spirits were like a pond of withered lotuses. Su Fengnian stared aimlessly at the pond. During this period, there was heavy rain of soybeans in the early autumn, wind in the late autumn blowing the lotus leaves, and then heavy snow in the winter. The lotus leaves in the pond were all destroyed. Finally, when spring came, Su Fengnian saw a lotus slowly rising from the empty and lonely pond. There was only a small purple lotus. Although it was only a small flower bone and was far from budding, Su Fengnian was sincerely happy. He remembered the joy of hanging a new peach talisman when he was young. When he first entered Baelyong, the Ministry of Revenue and the Imperial Clan Office pushed each other to the side. They were not even willing to spend tens of thousands of taels of silver as a token. Su Xiao used his own money to build a large-scale vassal manor on Qingliang. When the vassal manor was completed, the contents of the spring festival couplets were written by Li Yishan and then written by Su Fengnian. The couplets that left the deepest impression on him were the 6 words Jia, Changchun, Qing, and Yu. Su Fengnian stared blankly at the flower bud that was swaying in the breeze, but it refused to bloom. Su Fengnian waited and waited until he had a splitting headache. When he suddenly opened his eyes, there was no longer a small pond and a lone lotus. All he saw was Bluebird's haggard face. Seeing His Royal Highness waking up, Bluebird's eyes that had lost their moisture regained a trace of life. Su Fengnian found himself lying on a hard plank bed with 2 sheets. Bluebird said softly, "Young master, we have already passed through Jintoad province, but Su Beiji said that we could not go straight south, so we took a detour. Now we are on Yinjiao Lake that borders Gusai and Longyi provinces." Su Fengyin asked, "How many days have I slept?" Bluebird said mournfully, 6 days and 6 nights. Su Fengyin let out a long breath. His entire body was sore and aching. It was good that he was still in pain. It was a good sign. Fortunately, he did not immediately become a cripple. Su Fengyin sat up. Bluebird helped him put on his outer robe. Su Fengyin walked out of the cabin and stood in the corridor, holding onto the railing. "I know what you were thinking. Are you blaming yourself for causing me to provoke the 5th raccoon? Actually, there's no need for that. It's like a person who has never had a small illness or disaster. If he really gets sick, he probably won't be able to get through it after just one time. It's not as long as those fellows who often get sick all year round. Besides, before I entered Beimang, I had thought of raising my blade all the way until I could finally use it on a finger profound realm expert. Killing a devil Xiaoling whose realm had dropped wasn't satisfying enough." Bluebird did not say anything. Su Fengyin also knew that he was good at being harsh and sarcastic. Comforting others was really lame. He smiled and said, "Let me tell you a piece of good news. I am now at the Finger Profound realm." Bluebird's hand, which had been carefully preparing to support Su Fengyin's frail body, trembled. Once one entered the Finger Profound realm, it often meant that one would never be able to comprehend the true Profound realm for the rest of their lives. One could fish up the moon with a bamboo basket in the Finger Profound realm, but the Finger Profound realm was like drawing water with a bamboo basket in the Finger Profound realm. Chapter 646. Su Fengyin was too lazy to report only the good news and not the bad news. He said honestly, "Logically speaking, I have the Great Yellow Court and the favor of the Dragon Tree Monk. I have already entered the path of the Great Vajra. Losing the Great Yellow Court is the same as losing the Great Vajra. It is more accurate to say that rising in level is falling in level. The disadvantage of false level is that it is extremely difficult to go from false level to true level. But we have to be content with what we have. What's wrong with a fake realm? In any case, it's still a fake realm of the profound realm. Even that awe-inspiring Prime Minister, Zhao Danping, in the capital hasn't reached this realm yet. If the Great Yellow Court is gone, I think it might be possible to rise again. Rank 1 has 4 levels. Buddhism's Vajra, invincibility, Taoism's longevity, Confucianism's resonance of heaven and earth, and then there is the land immortal. For normal martial artists, the 4 levels are ascending in order. There are a few freaks who can jump out of the level. The people of the 3 religions are much less restrained and do not like to call themselves demigods. Whether it is a rise in level or a fall in level, I have found a path. Even if it is a wrong path, I want to walk it to the end and see what the end is like. Taking 10,000 steps back, Su Xiao is just a second-grade martial artist who can't be put on the stage. Some time ago, I had an argument with Su Beiji, and neither of us was convinced. In fact, in my heart, I also think that what he said is right. One has to rely on strategy to be the Prince of Northern Liang. Since he does not have the ability to go to the 2 palaces and take the heads, there is not much meaning. Su Beiji was standing not far away. He smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, I think you are right. There is no harm in having more skills." Su Fengyin asked, "Are we going this way?" Su Beiji said in a low voice, "Yinjiao Lake Navy. The general is my grandfather's trusted disciple. I was going to Beiyang alone and had to pass through here." Su Fengyin smiled and said, "Yinjiao Lake Navy. This is the Beimang Emperor's plan for the South in the future. In a confrontation between the North and South, it has always been about guarding the river, guarding the Huai, and guarding the Jiang River. 2 of them have to do with the Navy. Indeed, we should prepare for a rainy day." Su Beiji's eyes lit up when he heard about the 3rd guard. "Unfortunately," Su Fengyin said unhappily, "I don't have the energy to talk to you right now. Besides, the 3rd guard strategy was developed by my second sister. If you have any ideas, go argue with her when you get to Beiyang." Su Beiji smiled and said, I have long heard that the heir Junju of the Su family has a bellyful of military strategy. Her poetry and literature are even more heroic, without any feminine air. I admire you very much. Su Fengyan joked. Let me give you a reminder. If you really meet my eccentric second sister, don't say such things. Be careful that you don't get killed by her sword. Su Beiji accepted his kind intentions and looked at the lake. He sighed and said, My grandfather has always believed that the key to Beimang's future is to see whether Dongjua or Hong Jingyan is to become the next Tuoba. This time, the sudden death of Raccoon Duwu at your hands has solved Dongjua's urgent problem and eliminated his worries. After the battle at Haluku, Dongjua was bound to have a rift with Raccoon Duwu. Raccoon Duwu once said that as long as he was alive, Dongjua, as his son-in-law, could forget about extending his hands into Mount Tibbing and the Ruin Mountains. Now, in order to appease Dongjua, who has lost about 7,000 bodyguards, and in addition to the fact that she has always wanted to nurture a capable youth faction in the south, I reckon that the 26,000-strong cavalry from the ruined 5 towns will all belong to Dongjua. Dongjua has always lacked heavy cavalry. With the ruined cavalry, he will be like a tiger that has grown wings. Su Fengyan smiled and said, Su Beiji, if Dongjua wants to wrestle with Bailiang, I'm afraid it will take a few more years, right? Su Beiji stared and said, A man without foresight is bound to have immediate worries. Su Fengyan smiled and nodded. You're right. Su Beiji felt like he had punched cotton. He felt extremely uncomfortable. He snorted coldly, turned around, and returned to the cabin to continue reading history. Su Fengyan leaned on the railing and saw an old-fashioned golden face staring at him. Su Fengyan extended his hand and knocked on its forehead. He smiled and said, At least you still have some conscience. You didn't burn the bridge after crossing the river, nor did you add insult to injury. The otherworldly item stuck to the wall of the warship grinned. Such a lively and human-like expression gave Su Fengyan fright. Su Fengyan asked, Since he didn't leave, it means that I'm still a decent nourishing ingredient. There's still potential to be discovered? Good. By the way, do you really want to go to Bailiang with me? The Yuanying of the otherworldly item, who had reached the peak of the arcane finger realm, nodded stiffly. Su Fengyan smiled and said, I've been scheming against Raccoon Diwu. It's called Evil People Will Be Dealt With by Evil People. But we're different. We're both straightforward people. Let me tell you something. As long as you escort me back to Bailiang, I'll give you the Great Qin Dynasty's green python armor. From now on, you can treat Bailiang Palace as your new nest. What do you think? The otherworldly item that had yet to speak seemed to want to use the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to change its happy appearance. Su Fengyan stopped it and laughed. Don't turn around. It's daytime, and it's scary. It's fine as long as I know the answer. The four-armed otherworldly item leisurely slid down the hull of the warship. Its vermilion robe disappeared in the lake. Su Fengyan turned around and leaned on the railing. He saw Bluebird's gloomy face. Obviously, she was jealous of the otherworldly item. Su Fengyan almost wanted to laugh out loud. However, he knew that she was shy, so he didn't expose her. He held back his laughter and asked, Have you collected Raccoon Diwu's head? Bluebird nodded. Su Fengyan stretched his body. This trip to Beimang was a bit miserable. We were chased from time to time, but we also gained a lot. This warship, which was as large as the Spring God Lake's Yellow Dragon warship, slowly sailed to the southern end of Yinjiao Lake. 3 days later, at night, a young man with a head full of white hair stood at the bow of the warship. Su Beiji sighed in the distance. Bluebird was sitting in the cabin. There was a Xana spear lying on the table. The young master had just turned 20, but his hair was already as white as snow. Although Su Fengyan hadn't looked at himself in the bronze mirror, he knew that he had changed. However, for the past 3 days, his expression was normal and his heart was as calm as still water. His black hair had turned white. This should be the aftereffects of losing the great yellow courtyard and killing the fake celestial fifth raccoon. It looked a bit strange, but compared to losing 6 years of his lifespan, it didn't hurt at all. He had even joked with Bluebird that he could always get it back. If he couldn't get it back, he wouldn't have to worry about becoming the king of Bailiang in the future. His hair was already as white as her ancestors, so how could he not be reliable? If he really couldn't do it, it would be easy to use the best dye to blacken his hair. Su Fengnian quietly looked at the moonlit lake. He believed that after stopping the warship, there wouldn't be too many waves. He could turn all the way to the southern part of the Dragon Waste and return to the Baelyang Palace before winter. Su Fengnian said softly, "Black armor, childhood sweetheart, morning dew, spring water, peach blossoms, moth eyebrows, vermilion bird, yellow tongue, swan you, gold thread type." It was like a general calling out brave soldiers on a general's platform. The 12 sword embryos flew out of his sleeves and hovered in the air. Dong Tai, who was already in the sword celestial realm, but was still the most mysterious, would probably be shocked by Su Fengnian's godly speed of sword nurturing. Chapter 647. From the beginning to the end, Su Fengnian did not see the Yinjiao Lake Navy commander. After getting off the boat, he sat in a carriage from Jianling Army Town in Longyao Province. Su Fengnian lifted the curtain and saw a strong lieutenant of unknown identity appear at the bow of the boat. Su Beiji, who was in the same carriage as him, looked away along the curtain and said softly, "There's a Yinjiao Lake cavalry escort us to Luantong City in the north of Maolong. We will take the road openly." Su Fengnian leaned against the wall of the carriage. On his lap was the spring thunder dagger that could only be unsheathed. Bluebird with Chan Na on her back had already put on her armor and blended into the cavalry. Su Beiji said slowly, "Maolong has become a new frontier in the confrontation between the north and the south of Liangmang. After Dong Zhuo withdrew from the mouth of the gourd, no one was willing to throw their lives away. Only Huang Songpu asked Empress Murong to send an urgent report 800 miles away to lead the troops as reinforcements. Lu Gui and Yang Yuanzhan, the two great generals, were still observing. Huang Songpu's power was no longer the same as before. Nominally, he was the king of the southern courtyard in charge of 400,000 troops in the southern dynasty. Lu Gui and Yang Yuanzhan did not need to raise their heads, and even Dong's 60,000 bodyguards were completely unruly. This time, Huang Songpu completely put down his face and used the precious favors he had accumulated over many years to mobilize 90,000 elite cavalry. It was so difficult to be a great general in the southern dynasty. If you did not lead the troops, everyone would be willing to be kind to you and worship you like a bodhisattva. If you really had the military power, they would stab you in the back and hope that you would lose the battle and lose all your capital. This kind of bad habit was brought along by the remnants of the spring and autumn period. In recent years, there has been a saying in the imperial tent that the southerners cannot be generals. If not for Empress Murong's suppression, and Lu Gui and Yang Yuanzhan did not want the northerners to interfere with the southern affairs, they would have sent secret reports. Finally, they did not drag the southern dynasty down. Otherwise, Huang Songpu would not have had the chance to confront the Baelyang cavalry. Su Fengnian saw a scroll in Su Beiji's hand. He took a look and smiled strangely. Su Beiji also smiled and said tirelessly, "A young Taoist from the Taoist mansion of Taoist of Mount Longhu made up the scripture of transformation of Laozi. Is said Taoist for the Taoist mansion of Taoist master of Taoist mansion in Mount Longhu Mountain." The intention was a trick, but the writing was quite good. Maybe it was Mr. White Lotus, who was given the title by the emperor of the Zhao family, who wrote it himself. Now that the holy monk of the dragon tree has passed away and the monk in white has not said anything, the two Zen temples are in a mess. The group of Taoist Qing Ci in the palace knows how to help each other better than the monks. Plus, the sick tiger Yang Tai Sui has not shown up for a long time. I think the Beimang's Buddha annihilation is more brutal than your Liang dynasty. Not to mention other things, the fact that there is only one temple left in each province and county is enough to make the famous temples in the same province and county fight among themselves. Su Fengnian said calmly, "Who asked the Buddhist sect not to have the same surname as the emperor of Mount Longhu? Who asked the scholars to flee for their lives during the spring and autumn war? Who asked the Liang dynasty to take control of the overall situation and start to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots? Besides, only in this way can the esoteric Buddhism of the Western region see the hope of infiltrating the Central Plains. Only when Prince Zhao Kai crossed the Sword Garret and entered the plateau with the vase can he retreat unscathed and return with meritorious service. In this way, Beiliang's northern front is suppressed by Beimang, and Gu Jiantang's former subordinates are involved in the eastern and southern fronts. Plus, there is the western region, which has been flirting with the imperial court, so we have enemies on all sides. Beiliang has suffered a great loss. Perhaps my master's many foreshadowing will be in vain. Su Beiji did not ask Beiliang about the layout of the retreat. He only smiled and asked, "Is Beiliang a Western Pure Land?" Su Fengyin shook his head softly and said, "This weakness is too big. Su Xiao can't openly oppose the imperial court. At most, he will turn a blind eye to the monks who fled into the country. This is already the greatest protection. Besides, a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. No matter how big the temple in Beiliang is, it can't accommodate two monks chanting scriptures. The Buddhist sect of the Western region has completely cut ties with Beiliang. This may be the reason why Zhang Jiulu pretended to be deaf and mute about the matter of eliminating Buddhism. He did not want to bear the evil reputation, but he wanted to take the benefits. As long as he can make Beiliang uncomfortable, he will do whatever he wants. If you don't ask, I can tell you. The Western region and Shu Zhao were originally the two dens of the cunning rabbit that my family worked hard to create. Now, one of them will be missing." Su Beiji frowned and said, "Whether that illegitimate son Zhao Kai can succeed is still uncertain." Su Fengyin still shook his head. "I dealt with him during my second journey and almost died at his hands. He is very cunning. With him in charge of the Western region, he is like a new vassal king. Beiliang will definitely be unhappy." Su Beiji smiled and said playfully, "Beiliang's big yellow sect, Gene Lanting. Wasn't it your father who personally promoted him to become an official in the capital? How can he bite back? His death remonstrance may seem trivial, but in my opinion, it is far more ruthless than the old minister's bitter tears. Although he no longer has an official position, he has amazed the people in the imperial court with a single brilliant feat. Everyone in the court praises him, and some people even call him Jin Xingtian. It seems that Zhang Jiulu also has the intention to cultivate him. The Yin family became a relative of the imperial family, and the Jin family will be next. They will be able to take root in the capital in a few years. You Beiliang people are just a bunch of ingrates, but you all have good endings." Su Fengyin glanced at Su Beiji and sneered. "Scholars all want to serve the imperial court. Have you heard of a few old Beiliang soldiers turning around and cursing Su Xiao?" Su Beiji was speechless. Chapter 648. Su Fengyin bent down and took out a lacquered box from a bag by his feet. It contained a head smeared with lime. Su Beiji silently shifted his butt and hid in a corner, hiding far away. "I heard from the old man in the sheepskin fur coat that the divine gate allowed one to become a land immortal. If it was a fake, it would take a long time to climb the divine gate. Fortunately, Oldie did not lie to me. There are only a handful of profound finger experts in the world. There are even fewer profound finger experts like you who have reached the peak. Those who died in such a humiliating manner like you are definitely even rarer. I don't know if I'll ever have the chance to use a strike like that again. I believe that if I were to do it again, I might not be able to use it even if I reached the true profound finger realm. You're really unlucky." Su Xiao once said that luck is also a form of strength. It's no wonder that your defeated opponent, Deng Mao, became one of the top 10 while you remained stagnant at the profound finger realm for more than a decade. As he listened to Su Fengyin ramble on with a head, Su Beiji could not take it any longer. With a pale face, he covered his nose and pleaded, "Can you close the box?" Su Fengyin lifted the box and handed it to Su Beiji, scaring Su Beiji so much that he slammed into the wall of the carriage. Su Beiji said angrily, "The dead should be respected. Raccoon Diwu is a long-established senior of the Jianghu. Can you not trample on his head?" The white-haired Su Fengyin put down the box and continued to stare at the head that had died with its eyes wide open as he nagged. Although Mount Bubang has so many Ruran cavalry under its control and is destined to be Baelyong's mortal enemy in the future, the two of us should have minded our own business. I could have taken my maidservant and fled far away, while you remained your general and mountain chieftain. Instead, you came to kill me. Who else should I kill if not you? This time, I went to Baymang to practice my saber. Every drop of divine will that I cultivated with great difficulty has been destroyed by your hands. Why don't you come back to life and let me slash you again? Hey, are you a man? If you are a man, then open your eyes and give me a clear answer. At the side, Su Beiji really couldn't stand this bastard Persimmon's nagging. He said angrily, "Can you stop for a while?" Su Fengnian bent down to pick up the box and extended it in front of Su Beiji. "Come, Su Juzi, say goodbye to the fifth raccoon." Su Beiji turned his head and bumped into the wall of the car. He even had the thought of killing someone. Su Fengnian closed the lid, put it back into the cloth bag, and laughed heartily. Su Beiji said angrily, "Is it fun?" Su Fengnian curled his lips and said, "Not fun." Su Beiji lowered his voice and said angrily, "How are you going to inherit the title of King of Baelyong in the future? How are you going to fight with so many strong opponents?" Su Fengnian lay horizontally in the spacious carriage and crossed his legs. He said softly, "I'll take it one step at a time. What else can I do?" Su Beiji wanted to smash this guy called Persimmon to death with the book in his hand. However, he inadvertently saw his white hair and silently stopped. Su Fengnian sat up and lifted the curtain. He waved at Bluebird, who was wearing armor and holding a spear. When Bluebird came closer with mixed feelings, Su Fengnian's face was fierce and angry. If it wasn't for the fact that young master felt that you were beautiful, had a good figure, knew how to manage the household, and had outstanding martial arts skills, I really couldn't find a better girl or a more considerate maid than you. Otherwise, I would have abandoned you and run away in the Ruran Mountains. When you return to Baelyong, work hard to practice the four-word formula. In the future, when you kill a few finger-profound realm experts, don't forget to say that you're this young master's maid before you kill someone. Remember." Bluebird nodded lightly and smiled sweetly. The carriage returned to silence. Su Beiji read a few pages of scriptures that slandered Buddha. He couldn't help but raise his head and ask, "Is this how you treat all your servants?" Su Fengnian asked back, "Are you a master?" Su Beiji smiled and said, "I'm just a refugee. Of course I'm not a master. But you are." After Su Fengnian lay down, he looked at the ceiling and said softly, "That's why you'll never understand how Baelyong's 300,000 strong cavalry got to where they are today." No longer paying attention to Su Beiji, Su Fengnian finished humming that vulgar song for Mountain Patrol. Then he started humming a nameless song. What's a hero? Chopping off his head to make a urinal. What's a hero? Does he know a unique skill like the monkey picking peaches? What's a hero? When you're penniless, can you conjure up a big flatbread? Su Beiji, spoiled the mood, interrupted and asked, "Can I ask you something?" Su Fengnian stopped humming and nodded. Su Beiji asked curiously, "Do you still have the strength of first pin?" Su Fengnian chuckled. "That's hard to say. As for me, I have a saber manual. Originally, I learned it step by step. After learning a move, I turned the page one by one. A while ago, I accidentally skipped to the last page. It's obviously a saber manual. The last page is called Lingxi, but it talks about the realm of the sword. What a coincidence. I have 12 flying swords on me. As long as they're not at the mysterious finger realm, I can kill one if one comes within 10 feet of me. If 100 come, I can still kill 100. Su Beiji said calmly. Amazing. Su Fengnian turned his head and asked in puzzlement, "Are you praising me or belittling me?" Su Beiji lowered his head to read the book. When he suddenly looked up, Su Fengnian had picked up the box again and displayed the gray head in front of him. The elegant and mellow Su Beiji couldn't care less about scholarly elegance. He gripped the book tightly and smacked the bastard. Su Fengnian smiled and retreated. He put away the box in the cloth bag. After lying down, he folded his hands and used them as a pillow. "Su Juzi, what do you think of a new nickname I gave you?" Su Beiji rewarded him with one word. Scram. Su Fengnian turned to the side and rummaged through the cloth bag. Su Beiji quickly sat up straight and nodded seriously. This nickname is very good. Su Fengyin gave him a thumbs up and praised him. You know the big picture and know when to advance and when to retreat. You're a first-rate strategist. Su Juzi, in the future, Bailiang will be the face. I have high hopes for you. Chapter 649. Originally, Su Beiji thought that after approaching the Maolong region, he would have to spend a little more effort before he could sneak into the south. However, very quickly, Su Beiji realized that the situation was beyond his expectations. Tens of thousands of refugees began to crazily flow along the two sides of the post house. Among them, there was no lack of luxurious carriages. According to the laws of Beimang, there were a few post house routes that did not allow soldiers or horses to set foot on. Thus, even though they were fleeing in panic, there were no tyrannical families that dared to set foot on the post house. Fortunately, the flow of people was huge. Two flat paths had already been created on both sides of the post house. Carriages and horses could pass through without hindrance, only moving slowly. The post house routes of Beimang were interwoven like a net. The carriage that Su Beiji was in went against the flow. Behind him, there was an endless stream of cavalry that galloped from other post house routes to the south. Su Beiji ordered an Arrow Ridge cavalry officer to inquire about the situation. Only then did he receive an answer that made him even more flabbergasted. Even though Huang Songpu had personally led 90,000 elite cavalry to confront the Bailiang army, a group of Bailiang cavalry still directly slaughtered their way through the hastily set-up defensive line and headed straight for the capital of the south. Looking at their unstoppable sharpness, it seemed like they wanted to treat the three great generals as nothing and the two provincial decrees as decorations. They wanted to wipe out all the civil and military officials of the south. Historically, it had only been the northern cavalry going south that had this kind of boldness. Since this cavalry army, whose numbers had yet to be determined, were all white horses and white armor, it was naturally the great snow dragon cavalry without a doubt. Their movement made Huang Songpu's already not that tight defensive line even more loosened. The great king of the southern courtyard, who had always held righteousness in high esteem, speculated that this was the work of Yin Qi, who besieged the city to attack reinforcements during the Battle of Heluku. Together with a great number of military towns behind him, none of them were soft persimmons that could be crushed under their feet. He only transferred out 20,000 light cavalry to chase after them, even strictly ordering them not to take the initiative to attack, placing more of his attention on building the defensive line and keeping a close eye on the remaining Bailiang cavalry. Moreover, for the first time, he used his status as the great king of the southern courtyard, a status that many of the influential figures of the southern dynasty didn't treat too seriously, to give Gu Serong and the other two provinces two sets of military orders that left no room for leeway. The common people of the southern dynasty couldn't care less about whether or not the general's plans were flawless, whether or not they had a card up their sleeves, or whether or not they would completely wipe out the Bailiang barbarians after the battle. They only heard that as long as those barbarians' horse hooves entered the city, they would massacre the entire city until it was empty. They also heard that even sharp weapons like the Bailiang sabers were continuously chopped until creases appeared on the heads of the barbarians. The 10,000 Longxiang army was already this ferocious, so the 10,000 men of tile building and gentleman's pavilion were simply not enough to fill the gaps between the barbarians' teeth, let alone Su Rintu's 30,000 personal troops. If by any chance Su Yinwang personally came to Beimang, would the common people be able to drown Su Rintu to death with their saliva? Who the hell swore to us that as long as the Beimang armored cavalry was willing to go south and fight, they would be able to fill that Gongliang River with the corpses of the Bailiang's 300,000 armored soldiers, piling them up into a gigantic capital like never before? Which son of a bitch dares to deceive us in front of our faces again? I'm going to punch him until he's looking for his teeth on the ground. Su Beiji lifted the curtain and smiled as he introduced to Su Fengyin a group of cavalry troops with exceptionally solemn expressions outside the window. These are the troops from Huang Xiantown. The general leading them is surnamed Gu, and his name is Luo. He's the son-in-law of the Longyao province's provincial magistrate. He's usually very arrogant and doesn't like anyone. It looks like he's really scared of you guys. The expression on his face is similar to that of someone who's ready to die. In the past few years, whenever the Bailiang army was mentioned, they would look askance and pout. Su Fengyin said flatly, "Foolish arrogance." Su Beiji laughed out loud and said, "Are you talking about me?" Su Fengyin frowned and said, "When you're in Bailiang, don't always talk about how your Bailiang is like. Bailiang has always been xenophobic. The military and the officialdom are similar. Let's not talk about the pros and cons of this kind of stubborn habit. In short, you have to take it easy." Su Beiji nodded and said, "I have my own plans." Su Fengyin muttered to himself, "Don't tell me they're really going to fight all the way to the imperial court of the South Dynasty? They must have eaten tens of thousands of pounds of bear's heart and leopard's guts. Who's the one leading the troops? It's not like Yuan Zhuozong style." Su Beiji hesitated and said slowly, "Don't you find that Bailiang is a bit like the fields at the foot of the Ruin Mountain that we saw?" Su Fengyin asked, "There's a shortage of young people and old people." Su Beiji said slowly, "The king of Bailiang has 6 foster sons. Needless to say, Chun Jibao can be given the title of king anywhere. With his talent, he can even start his own army. Yuan Zhuozong is worthy of being called a talented general. It's not difficult for him to take charge alone. He can easily destroy a city with tens of thousands of elite troops. However, it's hard to say if he can command the overall situation. Qi Danghua is just a brute who charges into battle and carries the royal flag of Su. Yi Shizhen is good at scheming. He is called the next young talent Zhao Chongling. In the end, he is still a strategist behind the scenes who needs to rely on others. Yao Jian is a feng shui master who is familiar with unorthodox methods. He has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. As for Chu Lushan, Su Fengyin smiled and said, "Among Su Zhao's 6 adopted sons, if you really want to talk about who can barely stand shoulder to shoulder with Qin Jibao, it's only him. He is a true all-rounder. As long as it's something he knows, he's proficient in it. My master is not famous because of Zhao Chongling. Chu Qiu, and Qin Jibao are in similar situations." Su Beiji continued, "Wei Fu, Cheng Dian, Xiong Shou, Ningamei, these young and strong high-ranking military officers, compared to Qin Jibao, the gap is very big, much less those who are biased toward you. The heir apparent are pitifully few. Therefore, other than Chen Jibao and Chu Lushan, Bailiang cannot find a third outstanding general who can stand up to Dong Zhuo alone." Su Fengyin smiled, but did not speak. Su Beiji asked, "Is there someone else hiding?" Su Fengyin laughed and said, "Have you forgotten my second sister?" Su Beiji said, doubtfully, "You also know that talking on paper and personally leading troops are 2 different things." Su Fengyin's expression changed dramatically. He clenched his fists because he knew who was leading the great snow dragon cavalry to Nanjing. Su Beiji immediately guessed the truth. He said bitterly, "If she can return to Bailiang alive, I will be convinced." Su Fengyin exhaled deeply. His brows relaxed. He closed his eyes and leaned against the wall of the carriage. He said with a smile, "Then you can be convinced now. My second sister had memorized all of Beimang's military towns, villages, and post stations before the age of 14. Su Beiji thought carefully in his heart, and then shook his head hard. After a long time, he asked why. Su Fengyin rubbed his face and said softly, "When she was young, she made a bet with my eldest sister. Second sister said that she would lead troops to Nanjing before the age of 30. Their bets are a book on the art of war and a box of rouge." Su Beiji snorted coldly. How can military matters be trifled with? The route of the Longxiang army was clearly calculated by a military expert. Using losses to gain momentum can be seen as buying time for you. What is your second sister? Su Fengyin teased, "If you have the guts, the next time you see her, ask her yourself." "I don't dare anyway." Su Beiji was stunned. "You even dare to go to Ruoshui and kill the 5th raccoon, but you don't dare to see your second sister?" Su Fengyin sighed. He had a headache. When he was practicing the knife, he didn't talk to her when he saw her. This time, he went in a big circle in Baimang. Wouldn't she chase after him with sword? The cavalry went deep into the hinterland like a butcher dismembering an ox. They bypassed many military towns and tore a perfect curve in Baimang's territory at the fastest speed. Their speed was fast, their strength was great, and their goal was clear. They all exceeded the limits of everyone's imagination in Baimang. The cavalry at the front didn't wear a helmet. In the young woman's field of vision, the majestic silhouette of Baimang's largest city already appeared. The eyes of the 9,000 light cavalry behind her were filled with crazed and burning worship. They never knew that war could be fought like this. It was like a big man strolling about in his own home. When he encountered a disobedient child who didn't have the strength to retaliate, he would fiercely smack him with a chestnut. Every time they came into contact, it was just like she said, where and when they would cross swords with many troops. It was because they bypassed all of the tough bones. With the Great Snow Dragon cavalry's military strength, dealing with them was as easy as blowing off dust. Could it be that she was the mistress of Southern Dynasty? Going up north was a piece of cake, but going down south would be a tough battle. However, this daddy has even seen Nanjing Manor City Gate, so why would I be scared of you bunch of grandsons? The woman's appearance couldn't be considered a country-toppling beauty, but she was heroic and extraordinary. Her temperament didn't have the slightest bit of charm or delicateness mixed in. After she got off the horse, she fished out a yellowed book from her bosom. She ignited the flames and burned it to ashes. She raised her head toward the sky. Her lips moved slightly, and then she silently mounted her horse. Chapter 650. The heavy snow in Bailiang's winter over the years had always been heavy, unlike in the south. This made the children, who had recently settled down in this barren and desolate land, very happy. The amount of iron, ore, war horses, and food in Bailiang was not something they could touch. Among the 4 children, the eldest daughter wasn't particularly outstanding. She was just like any other young girl who liked to use rouge and face powder. It was just that she had a feisty temperament, just like when she swung on the swing. She wasn't as reserved as the other young ladies of noble families, always wishing that she could swing higher than the top floor. The second child was the most intelligent. Since childhood, he had been regarded as a child prodigy. He learned to read very quickly and was introverted. Everyone said that he took after his mother. The third child looked the most like his beautiful mother. He was a typical lucky man from the north and a prime minister from the south. He was destined to be a noble since he was born. Perhaps this family's descendants had used up all their luck on the first 3 children, so the 4th child, who was born and raised in Bailiang, was a little pitiful. Just like the land in his hometown, he had never cried since he came out of his mother's womb. After he could walk, he was simple and naive. He was yellow and skinny, and there were often 2 lines of snot hanging from his nose, mixed with saliva. The servants in the mansion also thought that the mistress died because of him. In private, they liked the first 3 young masters from the bottom of their hearts. Only the 4th child, who was extraordinarily strong, disliked him. Some brave young servants would fiercely bully him when there was no one around. Anyway, the little boy was like copper tendons and iron bones, so he was not afraid of being pinched. Even if he was slapped a few times, it would not be a big deal as long as he was not seen by the housekeepers and gatekeepers. The 12-year-old Su Weisheng's study was spotless and orderly. There were no superfluous decorations, except for the 4 treasures of the study and the vast number of books that included the 100 schools of thought. Every book on the bookshelf was meticulously circled with a red pen. Today, she was writing the character Yong meticulously. As the second commandery princess of Bailiang Palace, she was known to be good at everything except calligraphy. This made Su Weisheng, who was always eager to outdo others, go to a dead end and swear to write a satisfactory regular script. It was okay if he couldn't beat his brother, but how could he lose to her? She had long been familiar with the true meaning of calligraphy. She didn't need others to teach her how to write. She knew very well how to write with a straight brush and a side brush to the point of perfection. However, when it came to her to write, it was always twisted like an earthworm. This made Su Weisheng, who had written more than 3,000 characters this autumn, a little annoyed. A handsome boy with red lips and white teeth carried a corpse that was smaller than him into the study. Su Weisheng raised the corner of his eyes slightly and ignored him. The luxuriously dressed child put down the corpse and laughed. "Huang Manor, we're here." The corpse, lying on the ground, immediately stood up after hearing the voice. He grinned foolishly, with two snot drooling and a lot of saliva hanging from his nose. This pair of brothers was Su Fengyan and Su Longxiang. Huang Manor liked to be dragged by his brother. He also liked to be thrown into the snow by his brother on a snowy day. His whole head was cold and very comfortable. Su Fengyan reached out and carefully wiped his brother's snot and saliva. Then he wiped it on his cuffs carelessly. He pointed to a wind-weather seismograph with a dragon head facing a toad in the study. He patted Huang Manor's head and said with a smile, "Go and play with the toad. Remember not to break it this time. If second sister chases you away, I won't help you." The yellow child obediently squatted beside the big bottle. This time, he didn't secretly pull up the toad that was squatting on the ground to catch the bronze ball. Su Fengyan lay on the desk and shouted, "Second sister, you're still practicing calligraphy. What are you practicing for? Let's go fishing by the lake." Big sister has already set up the embroidery stool. Su Weisheng, who was already a young girl, didn't even look at her brother Su Fengyan. Su Fengyan scratched his head and said helplessly, "You really don't want to go?" Su Weisheng said impatiently, "Write another 60 young characters. I still want to study." Su Fengyan, who was used to it, said "Oh," and laughed. He grabbed a brush and spread out a large piece of paper. He scribbled a few dozen young characters in one breath before returning the brush to his second sister. "Look, you've already finished writing. Let's go play together." Su Weisheng glared angrily. The little heir of Bailiang Palace whistled and didn't care at all. Su Weisheng put down the brush and said coldly, "Just half an hour." Su Fengyan smiled and said, "Okay." The three siblings walked out of the study together. Huang Man was naturally dragged out by his brother. Su Fengyan asked, "Second sister, when is it going to snow?" Su Weisheng frowned and said, "The frost has just started. It's not even the beginning of winter yet. Besides, it might snow a few days after the light snow this year." Su Fengyan made a face and said, "Second sister, you're so smart. Why don't you just let the heavens snow earlier?" Su Weisheng reached out and pinched the little heir's ear hard. This year, Bailiang's first snow really did come 3 days after the light snow. The two young ladies and the two younger brothers were having a snowball fight. Su Fengyan had to persuade his second sister to come out of the study and play with her. Of course, he and his second sister were on one side, while his eldest sister, Su Jihu, and his younger brother, Huang Man, were on the other side. Because the terrifyingly strong Huang Man had told her brother that he was only allowed to make snowballs and not throw them. In addition, under the command of his second sister, Su Weisheng, Su Fengyan played in a very methodical manner. The isolated and helpless Su Jihu was naturally smashed many times. However, after surrendering, she secretly stuffed a snowball into Su Fengyan's collar and was satisfied. Su Fengyan grimaced and took out a snowball from his clothes as he said to his second sister, "How about we go to Tide Listening Pavilion to enjoy the scenery?" Su Weisheng refused without hesitation. "No, I want to study." Su Jihu helped her brother take out a snowball and said with a smile, "It's enough for a girl to marry a good husband. You've read so many military books. Don't tell me you still want to be a general?" Su Weisheng glanced at this older sister who had been an enemy since they were young. She couldn't be bothered to speak and turned to leave. Su Jihu made a face at her younger sister's back. Su Weisheng seemed to have eyes on the back of her head. She paused and turned her head to say coldly, "How many more years do you think Su Fengyan will be able to play?" Su Jihu furrowed her beautiful brows. She put her hands on her hips and asked, "How do you know?" Su Fengyan sensed that something was amiss and knew that they would be implicated if they stayed any longer. He pulled Huang Man, and hurriedly left the battlefield. Afterwards, he found out that his two sisters had made a bet. That year, the snow in Bailiang was exceptionally heavy. The young heir almost thought that the heavens were an old farmer who raised geese. Otherwise, why would there be so much goose feather snow? Su Fengyin was led by a man in a black robe into the military town of Maolong in a carriage. The taciturn man was the coachman himself. Maolong, who was patrolling the city, saw the man's token and stood still solemnly. The general's token. Bailiang was huge, and there were 300,000 cavalrymen, but there were only 9 tokens in total. The 6 adopted sons of the general each had 1 token. The other 3 tokens were in the hands of someone else. Su Fengyin recognized the general's token and the coachman's identity. He only had 1 title, ugly. He was one of Su Zhao's men of sacrifice from Earth Branch. In the Battle of the Concubine's Tomb, Yuan Zuozong was not the only one who survived. This man of sacrifice also survived. The number of people he killed was not much less than White Bear Yuan Zuozong. Su Fengyin did not reveal his identity as the heir and went to the general's mansion in Maolong. He just chose a secluded inn to stay in. The innkeeper had already fled for his life. However, with Blue Bird by his side, Su Fengyin did not have to do anything. Everything was comfortable. Su Fengyin said that he would stay here for a few more days. Ugly naturally had no objection. When this cold-hearted man of sacrifice first saw His Royal Highness, he also had a fleeting moment of absent-mindedness. When he wrote the 4 words in the secret letter, his hand trembled slightly. The heir's hair turned white. After waiting for 3 days, Su Fengyin left the city and went south. The carriage had not yet arrived at Gujuan town. Waves of iron hooves shook the earth. No less than 5,000 white horses rushed over like a line of snow. Su Fengyin walked out of the carriage with a wry smile and met the cavalry behind him. The first horse galloped and then slowed down. The woman rode the horse to a dozen steps away from Su Fengyin and looked down at him coldly. She originally had too many words of reprimand hidden in her mind, to the extent where she even wanted to give him a few horse whips and then tie him up and bring him to northern Liang. However, when she saw the exceptionally unfamiliar scene in front of her, the lips of this heroic woman who could enter northern Mang as if there was no one around her trembled, unable to utter a single word. Su Fengyin wanted to say something, but stopped. She raised the whip and pointed at Su Fengyin. She said angrily, "Su Fengyin, if you have the ability, die in Beimang." She turned the horse around and galloped out. After she turned her back to the white-haired man, her vision blurred. She covered her heart with one hand. Su Fengyin stood in the same place. He looked up at the sky and reached out to block the dazzling sunlight. The snow cavalry came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Su Fengyin was about to return to the carriage when a barefoot youth in black clothes fell from the sky with a loud crash, creating a huge crater. Su Beiji, who had walked out of the carriage and stood beside the horse, opened his mouth wide. The black-clothed youth originally had a silly smile on his face, but when he looked at his older brother, he suddenly burst into tears. Then, he let out a roar towards the north. Su Beiji covered his ears, but couldn't bear it. The 2 horses even bled from their 7 orifices and died on the spot. If Su Beiji didn't have the ugly death warrior holding his arm, he wouldn't have ended up any better. Only Su Fengyin, who no longer had Da Huangding by his side, did not suffer at all. The youth in black crouched down and carried his older brother, who he thought was seriously injured. He wanted to carry him back home. Su Fengyin patted Huang Manor's head and said with a smile, "I'm fine. You go and stop second sister. Don't let her lead the troops north." Huang Manor shook his head vigorously. The world was big, but it was not as important as him protecting his older brother on his back. Su Fengyin said patiently, "Be good. The 3 of us will go home together." Just as Huang Manor carefully put down Su Fengyin, a horse returned. Chapter 651. Today, in Liang Dynasty's morning court session, the civil and military officials dressed in court attire filed into the city, the sound of jade striking jade still ringing out for a long time. Gentlemen listened to the sound of jade, and their actions were restrained. The specifications of jade ornaments were like rank, also paying particular attention to a step-by-step order, an insurmountable thunder pool. Even though the Liang faction's struggle wasn't out of control under Grand Secretary Zhang's control, the Imperial Censor was still able to get serious over trivial matters. Jean Lanting's appearance in the morning court session today was especially eye-catching. Half a year ago, he lost his noble Great Yellow Gate, but he always lived in the capital. At first, that mansion that was completely deserted, after he impeached the king of Bailiang, Su Xiao, and had his official hat removed, visitors came in an endless stream. This time, he came to the morning court session under imperial decree. Even an idiot knew that the imperial court had hidden him for an entire half a year, giving Su Xiao enough face. It was time to give Jean Sabin a higher rank. This wasn't Jean Lanting's current morning court session. While waiting outside the door, he was surrounded by his colleagues' enthusiastic and attentive calls. He also had a set of brand new jade artifacts hanging from his waist. Jade ornaments and jade beads collided, jade pendants and jade teeth colliding, releasing a wave of clear and melodious sounds. As he walked between the halls, the sound was extremely beautiful. Apart from Jean Lanting, who was the most eye-catching figure, there was another person at Great General Gu Jiantong's side who had hurried back to the capital from the northern border, who was similarly eye-catching. It was a new face, but during this half year in the capital, people's ears had long grown calluses from hearing so much about him. An ordinary Jianghu man, surnamed Yuan, a carp that jumped over the dragon's gate, suddenly became half a great general's adopted son. It was rumored that his temperament was stubborn, vicious, and merciless, tormenting the Jianghu sects on the border until they were half dead. Yuan Tingshan followed behind Gu Jiantang, and just so happened to be walking shoulder to shoulder with Jin Sanlang, who was behind Zhang Jiulu and Grand Secretary Zhang. In comparison, the jade ornament on Yuan Tingshan's waist was very simple, crude, and refined, a typical gossamer drawing, combined with the Hambus saber's cutting technique. Jean Lanting was cultured and refined. After being immersed in the capital's officialdom for 2 years and experiencing the bitterness and hypocrisy of the world, after joining the Zhang Dang's tutelage, he didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance. At this moment, seeing Great General Gu Jiantong's adopted son, the future son-in-law who was set in stone, when Yuan Tingshan glanced at him, Jean Lanting immediately returned a smile. Little did he expect that this minor official, who was participating in the morning court session for the first time, would unexpectedly spit and lower his head to spit. Jean Lanting was extremely embarrassed, but his skin was who knows how many inches thicker than when he first entered the capital, so he dismissed it with a laugh. Yuan Tingshan's brazen actions made the hearts of some of the eunuchs in the distance tremble. Fine, it was clear that he was another thorn in the side. Yuan Tingshan quickened his pace and asked Gu Jiantang in a low voice, "Great General, when will I be able to carry a saber to court like you?" Gu Jiantang turned a deaf ear. Zhang Jiulu shot a glance at this young martial artist, who had been heard of in half of the capital before even seeing his face. He seemed to find it amusing and laughed. Yuan Tingshan still wanted to nag, but Gu Jiantang said coldly, "If you say another word, you'll get lost from the capital." Yuan Tingshan chuckled and said, "I won't say any more. I won't say any more." Jean Lanting cursed silently in his heart. "You brat, you've already said 6 words." However, Great General Gu, who had firmly controlled the Ministry of War for more than a decade, didn't care about this kind of slippery behavior. This made Jean Lanting immediately have a higher opinion of this person, surnamed Yuan. Gu Jiantang and Zhang Jiulu both looked at a corner in the distance at almost the same time. Jean Lanting was stunned for a moment. He wore the red python robes of a great eunuch and stood there quietly like a red cat that had been hunting mice in the palace all year round. Yuan Tingshan clicked his tongue. An expert. Jean Lanting only glanced at him from a distance and didn't dare look again. He quickly lowered his head, afraid that this notorious eunuch would remember his appearance. There was no wall in the world that didn't have a crack. Presently, there was news from the palace that this powerful eunuch, the head of the court's 100,000 eunuchs, still held a revered position. He was no longer as unmoving as he had been for more than a decade. This was because a young eunuch who had entered the palace at a young age had been chosen by Empress Zhao Ji. Together with a few servants, he could be said to have interacted with the emperor day and night. His name was Tong Lu, and he had only recently been bestowed the surname of Song by the emperor. Song Tonglu came from the Directorate of Credentials of the 12 Directorates. His background was clean, and his master was the head eunuch of the Internal Affairs Bureau. For many years, he was one of the few eunuchs who could walk side by side with Han Diaoxi in the palace. Song Tonglu had never made a mistake in the matter of imperial edicts. He was kind to others and had a gentle personality. Other than the difference between his position and Han Diaoxi's, his personality was also the complete opposite. At this sensitive time, when several princes in the capital were about to be made kings, the emperor was close to Song Tonglu, who had been promoted by the empress, and was estranged from Han Diaoxi, who was close to Prince Zhao Kai. This undoubtedly made the powerful officials and nobles smell a trace of blood. The number of people who wanted Han Diaoxi dead was no less than the number of officials who wanted Su Xiao to fall from power. Some of the officials in the capital who had quietly placed their bets on the princes were secretly glad that they hadn't wasted their energy on Zhao Kai, whose background was unclear. For the first time in more than a decade, the red python-robed eunuch who hadn't appeared in court gently turned around and walked without a sound. Han Diaoxi habitually walked in the shadows of the palace walls. It was impossible to see the expression on his clean white face. Chapter 652. Bei Meng didn't have a capital until Murong Empress usurped the throne. She used 400,000 soldiers and 900,000 people to build the capital. It took 9 years. The king of the northern courtyard, Su Huainan, and the father and son from the central plains, Zhang Rou and Zhang Lu, were responsible for the planning. Immortal Qilin and many geomancy masters also participated in the planning. After the new city was built, the royal family, nobles, and civil and military officials first moved in. Now, there were 30,000 prostitutes in Bei Meng. It could be seen that the capital of Bei Meng was magnificent and not inferior to the capital of Liang. It was just that after the capital was established, the empress still followed the ancient system of the 4 seasons of the tent, going out to patrol all 4 seasons. The Northern Mang's Painted Ash Conference, which had been criticized by the Central Plains for a long time, originated from this. This year's autumn tent tiger hunting and deer hunting was pushed back slightly. The influential nobles of the Northern Mang royal court were all talking about it. Many of the older nobles who had the qualifications to participate in the tent hunting in the past, but found excuses not to go, eagerly participated in it without exception. Unfortunately, they were greatly disappointed. In the capital, there was a declining branch of Taoism called Chongqing Taoist Temple. After losing the competition with Tao De sect for the national religion of Bei Meng, the incense was no longer as prosperous as before. Only a few old pilgrims would come to pray during the 9-yen festival. It was hard to believe that 20 years ago, this place was called the top of Bei Meng's Taoist temple. Every festival, high officials and nobles would gather together with the common people. It was only because the immortal in the temple had opened a Taoist temple and immortals were willing to teach the art of longevity. These years, the Chongqing Temple could only rely on some scholars who were rushing to take the imperial examinations to stay overnight. Perhaps the Chongqing Temple's luck was really at its end. There had never been a scholar who was nominated after staying here. Over time, the 20 or so Taoists in the temple had been living more and more desolate lives. Fortunately, an old scholar came a few days ago and gave them a decent amount of silver. Only then were they able to eat. The old Confucian scholar who rented a dark and gloomy side room had a good conversational style. He often chatted with the old Taoist priests for an entire afternoon. When they were alone, the old Confucian scholar would flip through some of the scriptures that no one had been interested in for many years. He lived a leisurely and peaceful life. One day, a tall, sleepy man came to the Chongqing Taoist temple. He didn't even bat an eyelid as he swept the floor full of fallen leaves. The pilgrim asked twice in a warm voice. The little Taoist boy lazily picked up the broom and pointed to the old Confucian scholar's remote residence. The man walked over with a smile. After passing 2 courtyards, he found the old Confucian scholar sitting in the middle of the courtyard. The man respectfully said from the bottom of his heart, "Jing Yin greets the imperial decree of peace." The old scholar came back to his senses and smiled. He gestured for the newcomer of the chess and sword music school to sit down casually. Hong Jingyan put on a posture of listening attentively. The old Confucian scholar glanced at this proud student who had been deliberately suppressed by him. He said softly, "I know what you're here to ask for. I might as well be frank with you. If I were to shamelessly ask His Majesty for the iron cavalry of the ruined Five Towns, I could also hand it over to you. However, this would put you at a disadvantage. It would be disadvantageous for you to display your skills in the future. The ruined Five Towns are surrounded by the covetous Dong army. Even the capital and its surrounding regions are not generals with outstanding military achievements. You can't compare to them. Even if you succeed, how much empty space can you get? That's why I say that this kind of stiff robbery is not as good as a small, sharp strike without evil hands." Hong Jingyan asked with a smile, "Go directly to the tile-built gentleman's tavern." The old Confucian scholar nodded. Hong Jingyan said with a bitter face, "You want me to gather tens of thousands of troops by myself?" The old Confucian scholar scolded with a smile. "You're as thick-skinned as ever. Don't think that just because I haven't been in the chess and sword music school all these years, I don't know that you have hooked up with the sons of the northern and southern nobles. Let alone tens of thousands. As long as you dare, even 100,000 wouldn't be a problem, right? Just those sons and daughters of the capital who crave military achievements would flock into Dragon Waste Province without bringing their own personal guards and forcefully gather tens of thousands of troops. I'll say the ugly things first. This time, Your Majesty was hesitant about who to send to confront the Bailiang army. Was it Huang Songpu or Tooba? I mentioned it in passing, so you chose Huang Songpu. This is because I don't want the situation of the northern and southern confrontation to become a situation of war on all fronts. I know that by using this king of the southern courtyard, who is good at defending, Bailiang won't have a falling out and will be willing to stop while we're ahead. This way, I'll have enough time to set up a trap. Only that wicked old turtle, Huang Longshan, loves to do wicked things. As for you, you'll be the first chess piece in Bei Mang's new game. You'll be the most important. How about it? Are you going or not?" Hong Jingyan furrowed his brows and did not immediately give a reply. The old Confucian scholar, who was already the emperor's tutor, said, "There's no rush. Let's make a decision after you've thought it through. If you feel that controlling the ruined cavalry is more advantageous and can give me a convincing reason, I can very well let you go to the ruined mountains and become the Mountain King." Hong Jingyan softly said, "To tell the truth, whether I go to the gentleman's pavilion or the ruined mountains, right now, the sword Qi is not by your side. I can't be at ease." The old Confucian scholar shook his head. "I know what I'm doing." Hong Jingyan looked around and laughed. "Are you really not going to meet those nobles in the imperial tent who are willing to dig 3 feet into the ground just to find you?" The old Confucian scholar indifferently said, "Burning the stove in the officialdom is a great skill. Those fellows who have gone hunting to find me are actually burning a few sticks of incense to Su Huainan right now. Only then will His Majesty pay attention to them. Those who foolishly come to me to burn incense and pray to Buddha and Bodhisattva are all carrying pig heads and meat. Even if I were a true Bodhisattva, I'd still be sick of eating them. When the stove is cold, they can give me a bowl of porridge and a plate of pickles to fill my stomach and warm my heart." There was a long period of silence. Hong Jingyan suddenly stood up and bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. "I asked the magistrate of peace to play a game of chess with me." The old Confucian scholar waved his hand, ordering him to leave. Hong Jingyan laughed at himself. He did not insist and left the Chongqing monastery. The old Confucian scholar slowly walked to the entrance of the monastery. The boy who was sweeping the floor was exhausted and sitting on the steps. There were already several baskets of fallen leaves at his feet. The old Confucian scholar smiled and bent down to pick up the broom. He helped the little boy sweep the floor. The poor scholar Chen Liangshi was in a small tea house. He muddle-headedly met a rich man from Bailiang who was talking about everything under the sun. He also muddle-headedly followed the hunchbacked and lame old man into a house. There were 2 jade lions in the house and a large plaque with golden words. The little beggar who had been reading with him along the way gently raised his head and read, Baoyang Palace. ####, please guarantee the monthly votes. You guys vote, and I'll diligently write. It's that simple. The votes you guys throw at the first 3 days of the month are too ferocious. Therefore, in August, I'll definitely write a perfect second volume. Then, I'll write an even better third volume, He Xin Liang. Chapter 653. Seeing that the 2 horses were killed by Su Longxiang, Su Weisheng asked the crossbowman to bring 2 more horses. Ugly was not suitable to show himself, so Su Weisheng sent him to hide in the dark. Blue Bird drove the carriage. Su Fengyin sat in the carriage while Su Weisheng rode the horse outside. Su Beiji sat in the same room as Su Longxiang, his entire body feeling uneasy. Right now, Rintu's second son's infamy had spread far and wide in northern Mang. No one doubted his ability to break through enemy lines. Su Beiji was truly scared that a single word of disagreement would cause his limbs to be torn apart like a grasshopper's legs by this withered yellow youth. Su Fengyin lifted the curtain and said, I originally wanted to enter through Toppling Horse Pass. Which way do you want to go? Su Weisheng said calmly, I'm just giving you a ride. Father gave me tens of thousands of cavalrymen, not to send them to their deaths. Su Fengyin deliberately ignored the innuendo in his words and said with a smile, When we part, I'll give you a gift. Su Weisheng did not comment. She walked for 7 to 8 miles, stopped the horse, and said, Although there are no more than 1,000 Beimang soldiers near Gumaolong, there are still many horse stables left. Su Fengyin got off the carriage and handed Su Weisheng a bag. She said indifferently, It's okay. Other than Blue Bird and Ugly, there's also an otherworldly item wandering 100 miles away. It has the finger mysterious realm. Su Weisheng hung the cotton bag on the side of the saddle. Su Fengyin pleaded, Don't throw it away without taking a look. Su Weisheng hesitated and did not rush to turn the horse around. Su Fengyin was familiar with his second sister's cold temperament. He said, It's the head of the 5th raccoon. Su Weisheng frowned and said, The mountain master of Bing Ti Mountain, Dong, was father-in-law. Su Fengyin nodded. Su Weisheng asked, You and a few others succeeded in the sneak attack. Su Fengyin was speechless. Su Beiji, who got off the carriage with Su Fengyin but stood far away, said softly, Second Commandery Princess, His Royal Highness killed the 5th raccoon by himself. I, Su Beiji, can testify. Su Weisheng sneered and said, How did the king of North Courtyard, Su Huainan's concubine's grandson, change his master? When do you plan to go to Liang Imperial Court and become a slave of 3 surnames? As expected of Su Weisheng, who knew Beimang like the back of his hand, Su Beiji did not explain anything to her relentless criticism. Su Fengyin tried to smooth things over and said, Second sister, can you not scare Juzi? He's a good person. Not long ago, he even praised your poetry and said that he wanted to compare notes with you. Su Weisheng patted the ancient sword at his waist and said with a smile, Compare notes? Compare notes on swordsmanship? Didn't you tell him that I like to compare notes with scholars and common people? Su Beiji had truly experienced the rudeness of Baoyang's second commandery princess. Su Fengyin said helplessly, All right. He patted the horses but lightly and let Su Weisheng gallop away. Su Fengyin and Su Beiji looked at each other and smiled. They both felt relieved. Su Beiji sighed softly and said, He has the demeanor of Empress Morong. Su Fengyin hugged his neck and scolded jokingly, How dare you talk about my sister like that? Do you want to die? The scholar, who was almost out of breath from being strangled, shouted, How is this belittling? Su Fengyin let go of his hand and sat in the carriage with him. You'll know in the future. After sitting down, Su Fengyin threw the sword case to the black-clothed youth who was grinning from ear to ear. Huang Manor, there are 3 swords in there. I'll give them to you. Didn't you get stabbed by a willow branch? Next time you see him, return the 3 swords to him. Su Longxiang held the sword case and laughed foolishly. Su Fengyin turned his head to Su Beiji and said, Baoyang Palace has an abundant collection of books. If there's anything you like, just take it. It'll be your personal collection. Treat it as my meeting gift to you. How about it? Su Beiji smiled sincerely and said, "It's enough." Su Fengyan thought for a while and said, "When we reach the prince's mansion, why don't you change your name?" Su Beiji shook his head and thanked Su Fengyan for his good intentions. It was obviously not wise to parade around Baoyong with the identity of Su Huainan's grandson. However, there were some things that Su Beiji did not want to shrink back from. Su Fengyan said regretfully, "Su Juzi, what a delightful name." Su Beiji reminded him, "Your Highness, you don't have Diwu Raccoon's head anymore." Su Fengyan said, "Oh," and snapped his fingers. Not long after, a slender, snow-white wrist reached into the carriage curtain. When Su Beiji saw the happy face of the otherworldly item in the red robe, he had goosebumps all over his body. Su Beiji forced a smile and flattered him against his will. "Your Highness is confident in everything. You are worthy of being the heir of a vassal state." Su Fengyan waved his hand, and the otherworldly item's elixir infant floated away from the carriage. Then he held Su Beiji's hand and said with a smile, "You and I admire each other so much. It's a pity we didn't meet earlier." The corner of Su Beiji's mouth twitched, and he whispered, "Your Highness, did you also say the words 'a pity we didn't meet earlier' to Diwu Raccoon?" Su Fengyan smiled and slapped Su Beiji to the ground. Then he said softly, "I like to walk the same path again. They say that there's no turning back in this world. Taking advantage of the opportunity to walk the path, it's very comfortable." Without the otherworldly item's intimidation, Su Beiji became more courageous and said, "Your Highness, didn't you have a secret conversation with that retainer when you went out earlier? Didn't you want him to arrange something so that you could secretly meet Yojo's Gai Commandant, Huang Fuqiong?" Su Fengyan didn't say yes and only asked curiously, "You even know Huang Fuqiong?" Chapter 654. Su Beiji nodded. "At Ruoshui Hut, Grandpa said that you helped him to the position and used him to stir up the military in Yuzhou. At first, I didn't think highly of Huang Fuxi, but now I don't dare to underestimate him." Su Fengyan asked, "Have you prepared how to show off your talent to Su Xiao?" Su Beiji smiled and said, "A woman's pregnancy can only be seen after a few months. It's just a matter of learning, so it takes time. I have some glib tongue, but I can deal with other people. After meeting the second princess, I really don't want to go to the Prince of Northern Liang to be scolded. I've already thought about it. When the time comes, I'll ask the king of Baoyong for a remote and desolate county. I'll start as a lowly official. I'll be able to do some practical things, and it won't delay me from sending a small gift to your highness. The gift itself will take 1 or 2 years to complete." Su Fengyan was surprised. "You can really endure being unknown for a few years." Su Beiji calmly said, "When have I ever been famous?" Su Fengyan grabbed Su Beiji. "Su Juzi, you're really famous." Su Beiji smiled and tried to break free from Su Fengyan's grip, but he couldn't do it. He said helplessly, "Your Highness, even if it's just a compliment, please show me more sincerity." Su Fengyan increased his strength and nodded with a smile. Okay. Show me more sincerity." Su Beiji, who had taken off the mustache man's skin, was fair and elegant. At this moment, he was in so much pain that his face turned red. Su Fengyan laughed and released his grip. Su Beiji angrily said, "Bullying others with martial arts? Is that what a real man should do?" Su Fengyan, who had also restored his true appearance, snapped his fingers again. Su Beiji thought that the otherworldly item wanted to join the fun again. He was so scared that he kept quiet out of fear. Su Beiji had been on tenterhooks for a long time, but the otherworldly item was nowhere to be seen. Su Fengyan giggled and said, "I just snapped my fingers. Do you really think that the otherworldly item in the princess tomb is some kind of earth immortal? Do you really think that I can sense it from 100 miles away just by snapping my fingers?" Su Beiji took a deep breath and lowered his head to flip through a book that he had found with great difficulty in the inn in Maolong military town. Although he looked furious, his eyes were gentle and there was a smile on his face. He was once afraid that the monarch he had to serve was a mediocre person with great ambition but little ability. However, he was even more afraid of meeting a master who seemed to be respectful and modest, who on the surface wished to sleep on the same bed and eat the same bowl as you. But in the depths of his heart, he only treated scholars as murderers. Su Beiji didn't want his knowledge to be wasted on reading people's expressions and guessing their thoughts. Su Beiji put down the book and said worriedly, "Before you came to Beimang, the Liang imperial court had already started to arrange for the princes to leave the capital and be infeft as county kings. County kings don't have military power, but they can participate in local, state, and county politics. These first-generation county kings of the Liang dynasty after the spring and autumn period were given a single title. Currently, we know that there are 3 kings of Tang, Chu, and Shu. I think that the king of Shu will most likely be Zhao Kai. The second king of Jing and Zhao Sun obviously had an expert to advise him. He was the first one to take the initiative to hand over all military power, which is bound to give the king of Yanxi and the king of Guangling a headache. I heard that you had a particularly bad relationship with the old king of Jing, and Xiangfan is also one of the most important cities in the world. No matter if it's east or south, it's a place that must be fought over." Su Fengyin smiled and said, "Zhao Sun beat me up like a drowning dog, and I also stole the Princess Jing and that he secretly admires. That brat can't wait to skin me alive and pull out my tendons to vent his anger." Su Beiji was stunned. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Wait, what do you mean you stole the Princess Jing'an?" Su Fengyin smiled and said, "Her name is Pain Nanwei, one of the few great beauties of the Liang dynasty. I happened to pass by Xiangfan on my second trip and took her to Beiliang Palace." Su Beiji kicked Su Fengyin's calf. Su Fengyin didn't bicker with him. He patted the dust off and said helplessly, "She's not your wife. What are you so anxious about?" Su Beiji glared at him. The sallow and emaciated black-clothed Su Longxiang didn't get angry. He was born to be able to sense good intentions. Su Fengyin put away his cynicism and said softly, "Don't worry, I've done enough ridiculous things. From now on, I'll only be messing around in Beiliang." Su Beiji snorted coldly. Su Fengyin quickly revealed his foxtail and said, "But if a beauty comes to Beiliang to walk right into my trap, I won't refuse her." Su Beiji was about to speak, but Su Fengyin's words made him swallow his words. "Why are you acting like my wife? Why do you care about this?" Su Fengyin pretended to be terrified and shifted his butt. "Su Juzi, don't tell me you're gay. Let me say this first. I can't wrong myself. If you can't bear it and really want to make a move, I can pay you to go to a brothel and find a young husband." Su Beiji cursed for the first time. Su Fengyin said calmly, "Su Juzi, you're the first celebrity I've personally recruited. I'll arrange for Dannying to stay by your side. Ask yourself honestly, am I good to you?" Su Beiji lay straight in the carriage and covered his face with the book, pretending to be dead. Su Fengyin lifted the curtain with a wicked smile and picked up a pot of green ant wine that his second sister, Su Weisheng, had purposely left behind. He sat with Huang Manor behind Bluebird. A light breeze brushed past his face, and the silver hair at his temples swayed softly. His black hair entered Beimang, and his white hair returned to Beiliang. Su Fengyin stretched and drank a mouthful of spicy wine. He didn't know why, but he remembered the sword outside the gates of hell. He softly said, frowning eyebrows erect, words like thunder, "The evil flood dragon of the Swallow River is fat. Wielding a sword in the air, I'll return at the second watch." Chapter 655. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Su Fengyin and his party handed over their official documents. Probably because Liang Mang had declared war, the border patrol was a lot stricter than when Su Fengyin left the pass with the Fish Dragon gang. One of the border guards lifted the curtain of the carriage with a spear and examined every face. When he saw Su Fengyin, he was obviously startled for a moment. However, the official documents were real, and there was nothing wrong with them. But the following few weapons became a thorny obstacle for both sides. Their luggage had to be carefully searched. The sword sheath, the spring and autumn sword, the spring thunder saber were all searched out. This made the tumbling horse passes armored guards feel as if they were facing a great enemy. A few silent glances were exchanged, and a group of riders rode their horses over. Sparks flew everywhere, and the smarter Jianghu people did not dare to pass through at this time. Many of the border tea and horse businesses were also stopped. They had to avoid the sharp edge and endure this period of time before making a good plan. Su Fengnian and his party did not look like merchants, nor did they look like the children of a military family, carrying so many sabers and swords. How could the tumbling horse pass city guards, who were already on their last legs, lower their guard? Not long after Su Fengnian stepped out of the carriage, a second group of cavalry arrived. The leader of the group was the #1 young master of toppling horse pass, Zhou Ziru. Zhou Ziru had a good memory. When he saw this familiar face that used to belong to that small gang, he frowned. In the past half a year, the Fish Dragon gang had passed through Toppling Horse Pass several times, but nothing happened. Zhou Ziru suppressed his anger and did not act on impulse. He still remembered how his father, Zhichang's deputy captain, and his sworn enemy, Captain Chue Gong, Han Tao, had bowed and scraped in front of Captain Yi Huang Fujin. After that, Huang Fujin walked down the city wall alone and rode alone to a village not far from Toppling Horse Pass. Zhou Ziru did not dare to investigate the inside story, but he did not dare to make things difficult for the Fish Dragon gang. At this time, when he saw this strange, white-haired young member of the Fish Dragon gang, Zhou Ziru was also in a difficult position. If he let him go, it would be against Bailiang's military law. If he did not let him go, he would step on an iron plate. He was afraid that both father and son would be controlled by Captain Yi Huang Fujin. Su Fengnian looked at Zhou Ziru's men and horses. He was actually a real second lieutenant. With a bronze commander seal, he could lead hundreds of soldiers. He had crossed a big threshold. He smiled and said, "Second Lieutenant Zhou, in addition to our sabers and swords, the 3 swords in the sword case can be left at Toppling Horse Pass. When I go to the provincial government office to get the letter of approval, I will ask someone to take the sword case back." Zhou Ziru nodded with a straight face. He carried his spear and rode away. Su Fengnian sat back in the carriage. Su Beiji said in a low voice, "The Bailiang cavalry does have a reason to be the best in the world." The carriage moved slowly. Su Fengnian lifted the curtain and pointed out the window. He smiled and said, "In the past, there would often be martial artists from outside the village competing in martial arts on that declining stage to gain some good luck and prestige. Now, you won't be able to see it. Generally speaking, martial artists who know some small tricks won't advertise in the local area. The people in the village know everything about the outside, so it's not easy to cheat people of their money. If they dare to open a martial arts school or school in their hometown, unless the place is too small and they haven't seen the world, their skills can't be considered too bad. The local martial arts schools in Bailiang have always been more miserable. They have to live with their tails between their legs. Most of them have to rely on the government to do things. When I went out this time, I was following a small sect that had lost power in Lingzhou. Every family has their own difficulties. However, it also gave me a rough idea. Is it possible to support a school similar to the chess and sword music school outside of Bailiang and outside of Bailiang? One in the light, one in the dark. It's interesting to think about letting the puppets under me become the chief of the Wulin Alliance. Su Fengnian might have said it as a joke, but Su Beiji thought about it seriously. He said, "The imperial court has its laws, and the Jianghu has its rules. They might not be the same. Let's not talk about how much money you have to spend. If you don't personally put in a lot of effort, can you really play it well?" Since Su Beiji was so serious, Su Fengnian didn't have a nerve to continue speaking without thinking. He followed along and said, "You can use other people's stones to polish jade. First, you can copy what the Empress of Beimang did. As for whether or not you can acclimatize, you have to try before you know. You also know that the prince's mansion has an armory. It can make many Jianghu people with mediocre martial virtues, but extremely martial fanatics scramble like ducks. In the past, they were rejected at the door. If I take the initiative to open a path, the situation will be different. You might not know, but I have a bit of relationship with the Xianyuan family in Mount Hui to the south. The new head of the Xianyuan family has a frightening ambition. I reckon that no matter how big the family property is, it won't be able to withstand her squandering. I will first try to sound her out and see if she will take the bait. Su Beiji glanced at Su Fengyan and asked, "Heir apparent wants to use this matter to test me." Su Fengyan smiled and waved his hand. "Don't be so suspicious. With your personality of going to a dead end and your unbearably smelly scholarly aura, you're not suitable for this kind of pimping business. I will find someone else." Su Beiji laughed coldly. "You want to provoke me?" Su Fengyan shook his head and sighed. "It's good that you're recommending yourself to be a small government official. Otherwise, I would really be annoyed by you. I'm lucky to have met you now. A few years ago, when I met someone as talented and knowledgeable as you, who was also quite good-looking, I could beat down 17 or 18 of them in one go. Of course, I brought along my vicious servants and vicious dogs." Chapter 656. Su Beiji's mind wandered, and he suddenly said, "Why do I feel that the future king of Shu will take another step forward? Although Western Shu has always been a place of defense, Zhao Kai himself is the leader of the forces in the western regions. If he can really kill two birds with one stone and cut off the connection between Beiliang and Shu Zhao, the Zhao family's decision would be very ruthless. If Zhao Kai, who has always been an insignificant figure in the imperial court, can really gain a firm foothold in the position of king of Shu, and if the position of crown prince is always empty, I think this is not a good situation for Beiliang." Su Fengyan smiled and said, "Zhao Kai is going to the western regions. It's hard to say whether he will live or die." Su Beiji frowned and said, "You can leave Beimeng, but he can't leave the western regions. If there is such a thing as the Son of Heaven, then Zhao Kai, who is a prince, is much more suitable than you." Su Fengyan nodded and said, "That makes sense. Then I will go and kill Zhao Kai, an eye for an eye." Su Beiji was surprised and said, "Really?" Su Fengyan said calmly, "I will personally bring people there." Su Beiji began to calculate in his mind. Su Fengyan had already noticed a detail. When Su Beiji was thinking carefully, his fingers would subconsciously draw horizontal and vertical lines in the air. Su Fengyan suddenly thought of the unlucky phrase, "Extreme wisdom is bound to hurt." Therefore, Su Fengyan asked Bluebird to stop the horse and buy a basket of meat buns as a reward for Su Juzi. He had personally tasted the meat buns sold in the small shop at Tuma Pass. It was called good quality and cheap. Su Fengyan was waiting for Bluebird to return. Through the curtain, he saw a group of children jumping to the private school to study. Among them was Zhao Yuzong. Su Fengyan smiled knowingly and took out a fake secret manual from the Wu family's Nine Swords ruins. He called Bluebird softly and asked her to give it to the obedient and filial child. Yuzong, who was silently reciting poems, was suddenly stopped by a green-clothed elder sister. Then the beautiful elder sister handed him a book. On the cover, there were 4 big words, "The Art of the Bull." It was a divine art. How could it not be a peerless secret manual? However, the child was more shocked than excited. Moreover, although the child was young, he was very smart and knew that the Jianghu was dangerous. Moreover, his mother always said that he should not take advantage of others. Therefore, Yuzong did not reach out to take the secret manual. However, some of the innocent children around him were cheering. They almost hugged the green-clothed elder sister's thigh and begged her to accept them as disciples. They thought that they could become masters in 1 day and be invincible in 3 days. Yuzong refused to accept the secret manual. Even though Bluebird said that it was fake and not worth much, he still did not accept it. Bluebird, who did not have the experience of selling secret manuals, could only look at her master for help. When she looked at him, Yuzong was overjoyed. He saw Brother Su. He ran to the side of the carriage and looked up at Brother Su, whose face was covered by the curtain. He smiled brightly and was about to say something when he patted his head. He carefully took out a few coins that he hid very well and went to the bun shop to buy 2 big meat buns. When he returned to the side of the carriage, he was not afraid of scalding his hands. He tiptoed and handed the buns to Su Fengyan. Su Fengyan held the curtain with one hand and took the meat buns wrapped in lotus leaves with the other hand. He smiled and said, "This is the money your mother gave you to buy the book. Aren't you afraid of being scolded when you go back?" The child shook his head vigorously and grinned. "Of course not. If my mother knew that Brother Su was coming back, she would be more generous than me. Our family's not poor now. My mother is good at embroidery and can make a lot of money a month. My mother also said that there is a place called Weaving in the Government and wanted to invite her to go there to make money. Su Fengyin knew that Huang Fujin must have hinted to someone. The amount of hinting was just right. He did not treat the mother and daughter unfairly, nor did he disturb their peaceful life. Su Fengyin took a bite of the meat bun and pointed at Bluebird. He smiled and said, "This sister is my friend. I don't know if the secret manual is real or fake. Anyway, I don't need it, so I'll give it to you." If one really practiced this kind of secret manual, even if they had 100 copies, they would not be able to master it even if they worked hard for 10 lifetimes. However, it was not to the extent that they would damage their bodies. They were the most worthless introductory chants of some Jianghu sections. They outlined some stupid tricks that could be found on the streets. They could only be considered to have some benefits to strengthen the body. Okay. The child took the secret book with a smile, and then solemnly bowed to the green bird. He said in a methodical manner, "Thank you, fairy sister, for giving me this book." The green bird, who had a distant temperament, was also amused and smiled slightly. After receiving benefits, the child with a good upbringing naturally wanted to return the favor. His eyes filled with anticipation, he asked, "Brother Su isn't in a hurry to leave, right? Come to my house for lunch. My mother will definitely be happy. She always tells me that when I grow up, I have to repay her kindness." Heh, but my mother calls Brother Su as young Master Su. Su Fengyin shook his head and said, "It's no trouble. You still have to go to the private school to study. It's the busy time of the farm season. Your mother will definitely have to work in the fields. Besides, I'm in a hurry to leave Tuma Pass, so I won't stay." The child's face was filled with regret, but he did not stubbornly insist. Su Fengyin smiled and waved his hand. The carriage continued south along the road. On the way back south, the paddy fields of Tuma Pass had already turned from the green and yellow of the Ruin Mountains to a golden yellow. In the vast expanse of golden yellow that stretched as far as the eye could see, there was a young miss dressed in simple clothing that could not hide her graceful figure bending over to harvest rice. Originally, she did not have much land in the village. After she had more money, she could not bear the boredom and bought a piece of land here. The transfer of land deeds was an extremely complicated process. She had thought that the village side would not be able to get through, but she had not expected that the government side would be surprisingly easy to talk to. It was as if they were afraid that she would not buy the land. After she received the land deed, she had been nervous for a long time, thinking that there was a trap that she had not seen through. She had worked hard to save up some money. If she was cheated again, she would slap herself a few times and scold herself for being greedy and for suffering. Fortunately, it was already the autumn harvest and harvesting of rice. Behind her, there were many piles of golden rice that were her family's food. The young miss was filled with a joy that she could not tell others. She was born in Miji, a place that was filled with beauties. She was also an outstanding person in the surrounding 100 li. Many women who were not as beautiful as her had already become the concubines of officials and soldiers, or had been raised as canaries in large private mansions. She did not envy them. She only felt that it was very good to stay here, to stay by Yu Song's side. She straightened her back and wiped her sweat. But how was their benefactor, young Master Su? Her beautiful face turned red, and she softly scolded herself for being shameless. Chapter 657. They passed through the western region with the silver vase in hand. Zhao Kai walked the same path as the white-robed monk who traveled thousands of miles to the west. In Zhao Kai's party, in addition to the 200 valiant Yulin guards, there were also more than a dozen imperial bodyguards with yellow belts and golden sabers around their waists. Half of them were young men, and half were old men. Any old man who was picked was an outstanding talent in the Wulin 10 or 20 years ago. In addition, there was also the female Dharma king of the esoteric sect, who was greatly valued by his majesty, and a concubine who had no children. After shaving off her 3,000 strands of worry, not only did her appearance and bearing not lessen, but it also made her face, which was hard to tell whether it was gentle or dignified, even more bewitching. She was indeed worthy of being the six-pearl bodhisattva with the 6 signs. Zhao Kai had just passed through the world's most dangerous jiangha, which was known as the Yellow Crane Flying Sword. He rubbed his butt and looked back to ask the female bodhisattva beside him, did the Taoist master's mansion of Longhu Mountain's beard transformation scripture go from here to the western region? It was also said that after the old lord left 3,000 words, he turned into Buddha and crossed the quicksand to the west. Why didn't I feel any celestial aura or Buddhist aura? The woman who once led the ghosts out of Xiangfan in front of the crown prince of Bailiang and the old god of swords Li Chungang did not ride a horse. She insisted on walking like an ascetic monk. She said flatly, "There's purple chi coming from the east and going to the west. It's just that you're in the mountains and don't know the mountains." Zhao Kai snorted and pointed at his own nose. "You're talking about me? You don't say. Before I met you in Xiangfan, there was a very celestial senior in the Reed Marsh who praised me for my luck, second only to the princess of a fallen country in West Chu. His insight is like a torch." She ignored the prince's complacency and fluttered forward in her plain cassock. Zhao Kai subconsciously looked to the north and licked his dry lips. His face was gloomy. According to his second master, Bailiang had been entrusted to Su Xiao because he had no other choice. The Lianggan corridor was the throat of the northwest. Once the corridor was opened, the 1,000,000 cavalrymen of Bailiang could easily dive into the central plains from the Huangshui Valley like lions hunting rabbits. In fact, it was not easy for Bailiang to set up defenses. Most of the time, there were no barriers along the border. For example, if it were not for the Bailiang cavalry stationed at the wasteland north of Tuma Pass, or if any of the military brigades were used to relieve the defense, perhaps it would have long been crushed by Beimang steel cavalry into a broken bamboo basket, leaking water everywhere. Moreover, the advantages and disadvantages of Northern Mang lay in the fact that Northern Mang's territory was so vast that it was almost as vast as the entire Central Plains. This formed a thick wall in the game of Go, which was something that Northern Liang could not compare to at all. Therefore, Northern Mang could afford to lose several big games, while Northern Liang could afford to lose once and lose the whole game. Zhao Kai muttered to himself, "If Su Xiao doesn't become the local emperor, who can? Gu Jiantang? Maybe he won't even last 5 years." Zhao Kai curled his lips and rode close to a carriage. He lifted the curtain to take a look. It was the only remaining sealed general, the golden armored man. Zhao Kai laughed. Great Master is much more generous than Second Master. Zhao Kai put down the curtain, a haze that lingered in his heart. From mocking and slandering Buddha to destroying Buddha, Second Master, who had the potential to become the world's Buddha, had been indifferent and did nothing. In recent years, he had simply disappeared. His great master seemed to be in danger in the palace. He had no choice but to go west this time. After all, when the tree moved, the person would die. Zhao Kai, whose throat was almost smoking, swallowed hard. He thought of the peer who was destined to be his life and death enemy, and said softly, "Do you dare to come and kill me?" He looked back at the sword gate, which should be the easiest place to set up an ambush. "Su Fingyan, it seems that you don't have a chance." Zhao Kai twisted his neck and sneered, "Bah, you don't even dare to go to the gambling table." Yu Chou personally sent a message to Huang Fushi. This powerful commandant immediately went to Zhudao City and waited respectfully. He did not dare to alarm the local government and the garrison. He only brought a group of valiant retinues that Bailiang Palace had specially assigned to him. Huang Fushi sat alone in the carriage and thought of all kinds of countermeasures. Now, Huang Fushi's reputation had taken a sharp turn. As a top warrior of a top sect in Jianghu, he had risked his life to fight Bailiang Palace. Therefore, people in Jianghu had to give him a thumbs up and praise him as a real man. After he joined Bailiang Palace and became a lackey, people in Bailiang all scolded him as a good-for-nothing. For the sake of his promotion and wealth, he had sacrificed almost all the lives of his entire clan and smashed the golden signboard that he had painstakingly accumulated for several generations. However, the honor and disgrace of Jianghu were one thing, but the military and political affairs of Bailiang were completely different. Everyone in Yuzhou was afraid of this jackal. Huang Fuxi's official position was not low. He was the real Commandant Gui, a first-class general with real power in Yuzhou. In addition, Huang Fuxi had diligently walked through the vast Yuzhou like an old farmer checking his crops. Although the fence-sitters in Yuzhou might not have good moral conduct, they were not necessarily all good-for-nothings who only knew how to flatter. Among the many commandants who joined Huang Fuxi, there were many young men who had made great military contributions. These guys had tied themselves together with Huang Fuxi and had already grown up. The several generals in Yuzhou who had the same official position as Commandant Gua, he finally realized that Huang Fuxi did not come to Yuzhou purely to fish for profits, but he was determined to compete with them for military power. In the officialdom, there was a carrot and a pit, and each pit was worth a fortune. When you crossed the line and wanted to take over a few more pits, it was more painful than the hatred of snatching a wife. Over the past half a year, several generals who were in cahoots with each other had teamed up to trip up Huang Fuxi. Commandant Gua also resolutely fought back. The two sides were fighting fiercely. If it were not for the war in Liangmang, they might have fought with real swords and spears. Chapter 658. Rumor had it that a general had said, "Even if you, Huang Fuxi, are the new favorite of the great general, can you not follow the rules and blindly snatch territory? Back then, I went through fire and water with the great general. Is the great general someone who likes the new and hates the old? If we really fall out, at worst, we will all be tied up and brought to the king's mansion. I don't believe the great general will favor a guy like you, whose family is as dirty as a toilet." There was a brocade box beside Huang Fuxi. Inside it was a rare folding fan carved by a famous master. Bamboo Blade City was famous for its bamboo carvings. It was popular in the city for officials to give each other books and fans. This fan cost Huang Fuxi 3,000 taels of silver. It was made by Huang Wenho of the Jinshi family. Within the bamboo fan, there were more than 10,000 words. The words were small and had the charm of a famous calligraphy. Huang Fuxi came from a powerful family in the martial arts world. When he was young, he was also an elegant young master who excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. His vision was naturally top-notch. The reason why he chose the bamboo fan, other than the fan's elegance, was that Huang Wenho was praised by fans in the industry for his vision. However, Huang Fuxi knew that this old man who did not show off was a genuine martial artist. Huang Fuxi bought the fan with no less money than Huang Wenho. However, if Huang Wenho was not willing to work for him, then the 3,000 taels of silver would be the price to buy his life. Huang Fuxi intuitively felt that Beiliang's Jianghu would be taken over by someone sooner or later. He was just feeling the stones to cross the river and explore the way. It would be best if he won the bet, but if not, it was fine to spend some money. Huang Fuxi did not even care about his face and family, so why would he care about those worldly possessions that he would not bring with him when he died? Huang Fuxi smiled lightly. He had been waiting outside Bamboo Blade City for an entire morning and did not lift the curtain once. If I, Huang Fuxi, dare to go bankrupt on the gambling table, would you generals with dead wives dare to? The carriage slowly turned around and drove into the city. Only then did Huang Fuxi lift a corner of the curtain. He looked at the simple carriage in front of him and gently put it down. The carriage stopped at the entrance of an ordinary inn in Bamboo Blade City. Huang Fujian got off the carriage, leaving behind the elite retinue that would never be loyal to him in this lifetime, and quietly followed. Along the way, Lieutenant General Gui did not look sideways. They followed him to a quiet single-family residence in the backyard. After Su Fengyan sat down, he asked Bluebird to buy some dyes. His current appearance was too unbecoming. He beckoned Huang Fujian, who was standing at the door, to enter the house. The burly general prostrated himself on the ground without any hesitation, the brocade box placed beside his hand. Su Fengyan didn't pretend to be amiable and approachable. Su Beiji helped him take the brocade box. Su Fengyan opened it and took a look. With a snap, he opened his folding fan and squinted his eyes. He smiled and said, "It's a piece of art. One look, and I can tell it's the work of someone from the Jinling school." Huang Wenho, Then wouldn't General Huangfu have spent a year's salary on it? Huangfu Jin said softly, as long as your highness doesn't mind dirtying your hands. Su Fingyin waved his bamboo fan, feeling that it was too romantic to wave a fan in autumn. Thus, he tossed it to Su Beiji, who was quietly drinking tea at the side. Only then did he say, Huang Wenho is very reputable in Bamboo Blade City. Don't look at him as a scholar who migrated from southern Tang to Bailiang. In these years, he has mingled well with both the black and the white. The prince's residence has a notice with his name on it. If you didn't report your name and didn't use the title of an official to pressure him, this old man might not be willing to sell you this fan, right? His fan is said to be able to exchange for a 7th grade official in Bamboo Blade City. According to the market price in Yuzhou, how can a few thousand taels buy it? Huang Fujin said calmly, I did report my name before Huang when Ho handed over the fan. Su Fingyin asked with a smile, was there a reason? Huang Fujin replied, many of the big ruffians in Bamboo Blade City have acknowledged Huang Wenho, who is proficient in feng shui, as their master. I was wondering if this local snake was tactful. After all, Bailiang is your highness's Bailiang. Since they're making a living here and are so fat, they should at least put in some effort when they need to. One cannot forget one's roots. However, your highness, please be at ease. When I went to the Huang family, I didn't pull a banner. I only calmly made 2 transactions with Huang Wenho. One was the transaction of the bamboo fan, and the other was that I took care of his adopted sons in all aspects. He gave me gossip from all walks of life. Of course, it's inevitable that there will be bloodshed when necessary. At that time, both I and Huang Wenho had spoken openly, so it can't be said to be bullying others. Su Fingyin and Su Beiji, who were still talking about that Jianghu matter not long ago, looked at each other and smiled. Su Fingyin nodded and said, stand up and speak. Huang Fujin didn't dare to be pretentious. He stood up and lowered his eyelids, looking at the tips of his feet from beginning to end. Su Fingyin smiled and said, I'll read the secret letter you sent to Wutangan on time when I go back. If I'm satisfied, haha, I should be satisfied. Su Fingyin smiled and had Huang Fujin sit down. Commandant, it's not appropriate for you to speak while standing. Huang Fujin shook his head and said in a low voice, I don't dare to be impudent when I speak while standing. Su Fingyin joked, you learned this from our Bailiang's administrator, didn't you? 3 times you see, 3 times you don't see. One of them is that you don't kneel until you see Prince Liang. Huang Fujin was speechless. Using words to express loyalty to his royal highness, whose temperament was unpredictable, was futile. It was better to do things while standing. Su Fingyin waved his hand and said, go do what you need to do. Huang Fujin retreated step by step, his palms slick with sweat, and gently closed the door. Su Beiji's eyes were almost glued to the words engraved on the fan. Without raising his head, he asked, this is Yozhou's Commandant Huang Fujin? Su Fingyin grunted and said, how about I give you the fan? Su Beiji said without the slightest trace of politeness, sure, deduct it from my salary. Su Fingyin rolled his eyes and said, it's easy for you to say. How many years will it take? Su Beiji carefully stared at the fragrant yellow bamboo cloud and said matter-of-factly, until I die. Chapter 659. After learning that Li Hanlin, who had been the chief of crossbowmen in the upper reaches, had returned from the border, and since he was not in the prince's mansion, then this kid might be in the new administrator's mansion in Lingzhou. Su Fingyin took a slight detour and entered Lingzhou, which was even more romantic than Liangzhou. In the past, every time Li Hanlin was the master of his own territory, he would entertain his friends who had grown up with him. Not once had he disappointed Su Fingyin. They would visit the best brothels, drink the most expensive wine, deal with the most domineering playboys, and flirt with the most beautiful women. Su Fingyin still remembered that other than Yin Shiji, that old-fashioned bookworm, Kong Wushi had his first time here. After the event, the courtesan had given him a very solid red packet, which made Kong Wushi so embarrassed that his face turned red. He was so moved that he almost wanted to marry the courtesan, who only knew a little about the ways of the world, in a sedan chair. Su Fingyin had to persuade this stupid ox not to do anything stupid. Su Fengyan's hair had been dyed black by Bluebird, and he rode on a horse. When Su Fengyan first entered Beimang, he had paid attention to the post, the beacon, and farming. Su Beiji was the same. He only sighed. Compared to Beimang, Beiliang is still too small. If its territory was a little bigger, for example, if it could swallow up Shishu and Nanzhao at lightning speed, Su Beiji did not continue speaking. After Su Fengyan and his younger brother Huang Man'er met, they did not speak much. In these years, the two brothers had spent more time together than apart. They had said most of what they could say. Those who were truly close did not need those seemingly passionate words. If they met Li Hanlin, Su Fengyan could guarantee that this brother's first words would be, "Brother Feng, Tiger Hill House, let's go." Huang Man'er had clearly grown up a lot. He smiled less and was more silent. Occasionally, there was a trace of determination between his brows. Speaking of which, it was strange. Ever since they were young, Huang Man'er had never been close to their second sister, Su Weisheng. One of them was extremely intelligent, as if she had a mind of her own, while the other was simple-minded, as if she had no mind of her own, so they couldn't get along. However, Huang Man'er and their eldest sister, Su Jihu, were only relatively close. Ever since they were young, Huang Man'er's heart had always been in sync with her older brother, Su Fengyan. This time, when Huang Man'er came down from Mount Longhu, he actually knew to go to Shangyin Academy to visit his second sister. He even gave his beloved tiger Kuei to Su Weisheng. This made Su Fengyan feel very surprised. Before reaching the capital of Lingzhou, he found out from the conversations of the people in the tea houses and restaurants that Li Hanlin, the great calamity Li, had a change of heart after being trampled by a warhorse. He had really earned great military merits at the border. This time, when he returned to his hometown, he did not even go to the brothel. He did not stay at home for more than a few days before leaving with his fellow soldiers. This made the frightened people of Lingzhou sigh that they did not understand the ways of the world. Of the 4 young masters of Beiliang, other than His Royal Highness, who was still frivolous, Yin Shi, who was originally somewhat talented, had gathered the relatives of the emperor. He had also benefited from Jean Lanting's resignation and became a noble Jean Lanting. Of course, this was only a small Huang family. The great Huang family had a small Huang family with enough qualifications to replace Jean Lanting. Kong Wuqi had entered the imperial army. Now, even Li Hanlin, who was endlessly spoiled by the administrator, had great accomplishments. The people of Lingzhou sighed with emotion and felt rather helpless. Could it be that in the future, they really had to let that useless crown prince become their king of Beiliang? Since Li Hanlin was not at home, Su Fengyan did not go to the administrator's residence to disturb official Li, who had been promoted to a second-rank official. There was also Li Fuzhen, who looked at him coldly and disdainfully. It was fine if they did not meet, but if they did meet, it would be even more boring. The Fish Dragon Gang was within Lingzhou and was not far away. However, Su Fengyan did not have the leisure to flaunt his status. There were clearly many travel-worn foreign monks in Beiliang. Most of them could only stay in the various small temples. There were also quite a few who begged with alms bowls. Su Fengyan and his group followed the spacious courier road that led to the capital of Beiliang. They walked slowly and hurriedly. Su Fengyan diverged from the courier road on the border of the 2 prefectures and stopped his horse at a famous stop-horse temple. There was a rumor on the streets as to why the temple had such a strange name. Back when the Su family entered Beiliang, Su Xiao and Princess Consort had stopped their horse at this temple to burn incense. It was not the 1st or 15th day of the month, and it was also noon, which was not a pleasant time. The sun was scorching hot, making it seem that there were more monks than pilgrims. The buildings of Stop Horse Temple were sharp and tall, reaching into the clouds. The eaves were scattered, and when the wind blew, one could hear the clanking of iron horses. Before entering the temple, Su Fengyan asked with a smile, "Do you believe in Buddhism?" Su Beiji shook his head and said, "The monks in the temple are mostly infatuated men and women who boast that they have seen through the world of mortals. They're far from seeing through. This is especially true for this kind of large temple where the incense is at its peak. There are very few truly virtuous senior monks. I don't believe in Buddhism, but I don't believe in Buddhism either. I remember the Middle Agama Sutra said that there was a venerable one who had not seen a woman for 80 years. I have also been to the Buddha cave outside Dunhuang and saw many pictures of Buddhas cutting their flesh to feed tigers and sacrificing their lives to feed eagles. To me, it is really an unattainable realm. I have also been to the Taoist temple outside the Heaven's Gate of Taoist sect to read the scriptures, but I did not feel too emotional. My grandfather said that old monks talk about Buddhism with their mouths full of alcohol, young prostitutes earn money to buy the yellow cord, and children secretly apply rouge on their faces. This kind of freedom is precious. Among the three religions, Confucianism is relatively less restrictive, so I think it suits me more. Su Fengyin smiled and said, "Then are you going in to burn incense?" Su Beiji said calmly, "It won't stop me from burning incense and praying to Buddha." After entering, Su Beiji distanced himself from Su Fengyin and the others. He held incense and prayed in all directions alone. When he lowered his head, the scholar's face was slightly sad. Chapter 660. Bodhisattvas fear the cause, while laymen fear the effect. Leaving the temple, Su Fengyin saw dozens of pilgrims gathered and whispered to each other. He didn't want to pay attention to them, but Bluebird tugged on his sleeve, and he saw a familiar slender figure beside a roadside tea stall. Beside her stood a tall and slender figure. It was a scholar in a green robe, but he couldn't see his face clearly. It was said that the Taming Horse Temple's prayer for marriage was very effective. Most of the people who came here were young men and women who were not married. During the spring season, it was even more noisy and filled with incense. Su Fengyin only paused for a moment. He learned from the pilgrims that when the scholar was buying water, he handed a book to an old man. He said that the young man had a good physique and wanted to sell it to him for 3 taels of silver at a low price. Originally, this kind of local idle scoundrels were good at blackmailing people. They hired an old man and half swindled him for money. As long as they gave him a few copper coins, they would be able to get away with it. Those scoundrels didn't dare to make a big fuss, and their appetites were small. It was estimated that the scholar was noble and had a proud and unyielding character. Not only did he say something that made the scoundrels embarrassed, but he also said something like reporting it to the authorities. He also threw the book on the ground, which angered a group of local bullies who were waiting to collect money. They all rushed forward and rolled up their sleeves, ready to beat him. At this time, in Su Fengyin's eyes, it was already the most exciting part of the show. When the scoundrels saw a beautiful girl beside the young scholar, their mouths were dirty. That scholar was indeed unyielding and unyielding. Everyone said that scholars were useless, but this handsome scholar took the initiative to attack. He directly punched a strong man on the nose. What followed was a disaster. He was punched and kicked by more than a dozen people. If the girl didn't lie on the ground to protect him, he would have to lie in bed for a few days before he could walk. Perhaps they were afraid of provoking the authorities, but after the scoundrels had a good time beating him, they scattered like birds and beasts. Su Fengyin had seen enough and dismissed it with a laugh. He said softly, "Let's go." Su Beiji frowned and said, "This group of idle scoundrels is so unscrupulous?" Su Fengyin held back his laughter and said, "How can idle scoundrels be good people? If you don't bully the weak and fear the strong, if you don't bully men and seize women, are you still a ruffian? But you really can't see it?" Su Beiji understood immediately and said self-deprecatingly, "Understood." After the scoundrels who were looking for money, they didn't take the opportunity to grope the girl. It's against all common sense. This was a trap set, and scoundrels together. After Su Fengyin mounted the horse, he said, "I got tired of this trick when I was 13 or 14 years old." She remembered that at first, she was fooling around with a popular courtesan in Liangzhou. However, she saw through it at a glance. She just didn't say anything. Naturally, I'm not like this girl from a respectable family, crying her heart out and wishing she could give herself to him. Su Beiji shook his head helplessly. Su Fengyin said calmly, "But you can't not believe it. That girl is the daughter of Beiliang's administrator, Li Gongda. That scholar made a big profit this time. He didn't spend more than 10 taels of silver, but it's more useful than writing 300 famous poems. Su Beiji turned his head to look at the girl who was helping the scholar up. She looked like a weeping beauty. Su Beiji laughed softly and said, "You're not going to expose it? Aren't you familiar with Li Hamlin? You've known her for many years." Su Fengyin said self-deprecatingly, "That would be a loss of virtue. In front of Bodhisattva, I'd break up a pair of well-matched scholars and beauties." Su Beiji urged his horse to Bluebird's side and asked for a few banknotes. Bluebird saw that her young master only had a curious expression and didn't intend to refuse. She handed over a stack of banknotes to Su Beiji. Su Beiji galloped away and stopped the group of scoundrels in the distance. He gave them the banknotes and said a few words. Then, the scholar really received a solid beating. Su Fengyin rode side by side with Su Beiji. He asked, "What did you say?" Su Beiji laughed and said, "I said I'm Li Hamlin's helper. Lida Gongzi has long disliked that kid, so he asked me to come forward and ask you heroes to help." Su Fengyin nodded and said, "This explanation is really watertight." The scoundrels fought without any fear of repercussions. Even if that scholar had relied on the Li family's chicken and dog to rise to the heavens as an official, when he found out about this story, he still did not dare to cry out for injustice. He had forked out money to hire someone to beat him up. It was too sullen. "Are you being mean?" Bluebird smiled knowingly. Su Beiji said calmly, "Since ancient times, scholars have been the best at killing scholars." After galloping out for a moment, Su Beiji suddenly felt somewhat regretful. He asked, "We gave them more than 300 taels of silver. Isn't that too much?" Su Fengyin laughed aloud and pointed his horsewhip at this scholar, whose belly full of evil tricks was far better than the other fellow. He was starting to really admire Su Beiji. ##### first. I don't understand. Is there such a thing as number one? The monthly votes are within the rules. Everyone can fight for it. I don't have any objections. Whether you win or lose, it's your own ability. However, is it difficult for an author to quietly write a book and for readers to quietly read a book? Who's more hardcore? Who's more loyal? Who's more loyal? Who's more ferocious? You even F***king said you prepared a million? Others are fighting for monthly votes with you. Are they just shining your shoes? The little fish in the pond? You should be happy in your own group. Why do you have to make such a fuss? Fine, I'll fight for number one. P.S. Let's talk about this month's update. 5,000 words per day for this month. Take one day off every week.